Alright, it's go time. That's probably why they call them the Go Team. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How we doing? I had to test my mic a little bit. I accidentally hit one of the preset buttons, and it was sounding a little funky, but I think it's okay now. So we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Last time we did a stream, we were doing a little bit of Tomb Raider Chronicles. Sounds like Lara's beating somebody up, so we got things to do already. Let's launch that bad boy up, see what's going on. Welcome in, Akuma. How you doing? Alright. Last time we did Tomb Raider, we went into some Chronicles, started it up for the first time. We also finished up the Times expansion from Tomb Raider 4 Last Revelation, which was interesting, but very, very short. This is a somewhat short game, so I'm not expecting to be on this one nearly as long, especially comparatively to the fourth game, which is notoriously the longest game of the classic core franchise. So it'll be a sort of a refreshing change of pace, I think, at the very least. Let's see, everything looking good? I think everything's looking good, so let's go ahead and get back into it. This is an anthology game, so each little segment is disconnected from other chapters. How much time till I think I end? Probably, I don't know, it depends. I don't think we can beat this game. If you want to do something, play some kind of game or something. You know what I need to do? I need to do more, save the world in old Fortnite. Because, it gives you that experience. Even if you're just playing with randoms, it gives you the experience you need for those, spring quests. And, you know, if they're giving away free skins and whatever, that would be rather nice. No, we're no longer in Harlem. Well, we never were in Harlem, but I know what you're referring to. We finished up the first chapter, which was in Rome, and now we're in the second chapter. This little short story here takes place in Russia, for the most part, at a Russian naval base. Lara's working with MI6, seemingly, and she's trying to get the Spear of Longinus, which has its basis in some forms of history, but originally it was on a Nazi submarine, and the Russians are trying to find the artifact and use it. So we have to prevent that from actually happening. But currently, we were at the naval base, now we're on a actual nuclear submarine, so get some nice little somewhat underwater action here. This level was interesting. I remember liking it quite a bit. Had some cool little set pieces and stuff. I've said that a lot about lots of the Tomb Raider 5 things, but with Tomb Raider 5 in particular, it's just a kind of cool game because it just, again, it's anthology, so it's these short little miniature stories that don't really have any long connecting form of story outside of, you know, the people that are recounting the tales of Lara back at her estate. So, you know, in my opinion, storytelling was never the greatest aspect of the original core games. It's definitely more based in the gameplay and everything. So this just gave little fun areas to kind of have Lara do some interesting and slightly different stuff. I think the FBI will have to release files detailing that Lara Croft had a hand in stealing an object from the Russian government. I guess probably not. I don't know. Well, maybe. I don't know. MI6 isn't exactly connected to the FBI or the CIA. So she's British, and she's part of the British government. I don't know that... I don't know if we're supposed to go down here, actually, speaking of things I don't know about. But, yeah, I don't know that there'll be any, like, cross-continental laws being abided here. It's just strictly a spy mission for the, British government. Oh my goodness, we're getting a raid right off the bat. Go Space Mermaid, welcome in. Hey, thank you, Benny. I appreciate it. Welcome in as well. Thank you much. Hope you're having a good evening. Go Space Mermaid, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We are just getting started here. I was just laying the groundwork for whatever the hell we're doing here in the stream, so not too much has been going on so far. It does look like there's a little vent down there that I could get into, but I don't know if there's anything like worth me checking out. Has there ever been a Lara and James Bond crossover? I'm going to say probably not, but you never know. Tomb Raider did have its own comic book series in the late 90s, I think going into the early 2000s. It might have been published by Dark Horse, and I know James Bond has had a slight little foray into the comic book world. There was actually, what was that? The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Remember it got turned into a movie that was very bad. It was a big box office bomb. It was, oh hey, it's a secret. It was the movie that caused Sean Connery to retire, who was a James Bond actor. But anyway, they had used James Bond in that. I don't know how they got the rights to do it, but he was used as a villain, as opposed to, I don't know, the heroes that were the League of the Extraordinary Gentlemen. It's kind of an interesting premises, I suppose. Anyway, point is, I don't know. I don't know if there's been ever been a crossover, but probably not. She's a shoo-in for like spy type work. I mean, twice in this game in particular, she does kind of espionage type stuff, so it's not like a super far-fetched idea. I didn't mind it either. I remember I had to go see it because I was a child at the time. And I think my parents or parental figures that were around at the time were watching, oh god, I want to say it was maybe Terminator. It was like the third Terminator, which was like equally a bad movie. In my opinion, I think it might have been worse than League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Standard British? Maybe so. Probably, I guess. Oh, Space Permit, thank you for the follow. Again, thank you for the raid as well. Hope you're having a good evening. I didn't see... Oh, you must have been streaming a Tomb Raider game, though, I would assume. Chronicles, okay. That makes sense, then, as to why you raided. I do appreciate it. Hopefully the playthrough's going well, and not coming across any glitches or anything like that. But anyway, yeah, I think I went to go see League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and I think technically it was the first movie that I ever saw, like, by myself, like, completely solo. Like, nobody else with me, because my parents were just like, okay, you just go see this, and we're gonna go watch Terminator. I'm like, okay. So then I watched it, and I remember walking out of the theater thinking it wasn't bad. I'm like, it's not a bad movie. This is pretty good. And then lo and behold, eventually it ended up being like this huge box office bomb, and it was so bad that Sean Connery quit, and all this stuff, so. 3-3 is a great dumb movie. Action scenes, at least, is good standout. I don't even remember I thought it was, like, boring. I watched it sort of recently. There was a group that wanted, like an online group of friends that wanted to watch the Terminator movies. And I'm like, all right, I'll stream them. So I streamed all of them, and we watched every single Terminator movie that exists. And I just remember thinking the third one was, like, really boring. And it was a few years ago, too, so I would assume my opinion would still be the same.
And are we to be told what we search for?
Enough to locate it, but beyond that, I fear it may be too much for your limited intellect to grasp.
Perhaps too much for my trusted comrade, but perhaps not for the spy we have located on board.
A spy? I trust you disposed of him.
Not him, her. Yet, we are forced to run with the wolves, but we shall not kill indiscriminately like they.
Fool! I shall dispose of her when I return. Move the sub to position, quickly, comrade.
Almost sounds like he's like doing a blend of like a Russian and like a French accent. Something doesn't sound right.
Power and bring her to a full stop.
This guy sounds alright though.
All dive crews, report to your stations immediately. I
said it before on the previous stream, but there's something I like about the writing in this game. I mean, the performances, I just made fun of the guy there for kind of sounded like he was French a little bit. But the performances aren't bad either. I think they do deliver the lines fairly well. But yeah, something about the writing in this game just sounds pithy compared to, I don't know, previous Tomb Raiders, especially some of the worst ones. So it, I don't know, it's unique, I think, because I don't remember any of the others sounding quite like this. Big truck in the graveyard, the only things you remember? Yeah, that was like the big action scene, the one where he was like in the coffin, and then he was, you know, mowing down, I think it was like police or something, I don't know. There was like some big force after them, I think, something like that. We had seen another spot where there was, okay, this is a kitchen. We'd seen another spot where I lifted up a grate, but I'm like, you know what, I better go check on the other side and see what that is. I don't have any weapons, do I? Man, look at that food. Is that, oh yeah, it didn't really look like anything in the original. Not bad, they got a full-on kitchen here. That's more than like most, I would think, nuclear submarines would have on them. But I guess I've never been on... Well, actually, you know what? I have been on a nuclear submarine. I don't think there was any nuclear warheads on board, but it was docked in San Francisco and took a little tour of it. This guy gonna notice me? I guess not. Okay. I guess I don't have any means to, like, get into any of these things. We'll probably want to go back to that other area. It's possible there might be a way I can get rid of this guy, but, I don't know. I just get the feeling like... Well, you know, I do have the crowbar. I wonder if they would let me do it if I just, like, walked up to him or something, like a cutscene would start. Let's just go back to that other area and see if there's something I could do there first. And then we'll investigate a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure the action scenes were fine in Terminator 3. I'm sure they weren't bad, but yeah, I don't remember liking it all that much. The one that surprised me that I thought was going to be absolute like dog shit was, God, what was it? The fourth one wasn't bad. I did see that one in theaters too. I had seen it before, so I didn't have any, like, super bad memories of it, although I did see it in my teenage years since it was in the theater, but I forget what that one was called too. Was it Resistance, maybe? I don't know. It was the one that had Christian Bale in it for like a hot minute, but he wasn't the main character. Even though he played, what's it? The guy, Connor. The one where the Terminator is actually a good guy. Is that every single Terminator except for the first one? I think that maybe fits the bill. Okay, what is that? Oh, battery, I see. Can I check it again? Is there something else? Okay, I don't know. I don't know why they give you the option to look at it over again. But the fourth one, I'm pretty sure, was the one that had Christian Bale, and then I had that main lead guy that was in like a bunch of movies at that right exact time period when that movie came out, and then he was like never in any movies after that. That one wasn't bad. So that one was still pretty good. I thought it was a decent action movie. I feel like that one fits the bill better of like a decent action movie that didn't really have like a ton of substance to it, but it was still like fun to watch. I felt like that description fit better with that movie than it does with the third Tomb Raider, the third Terminator. There was one though, and again, I thought it was going to be like really bad. It might have been the fifth one. There's just like so many. Hold on, I gotta look it up because I gotta remember what these are. I'm thinking it was called Dark Fate, but I don't know if that was it. Let me see. Okay, so Salvation was the fourth one. Dark Fate was the most recent one. That was not the one I'm talking about. It was called Genesis. That's right, Genesis. Salvation was the one with Christian Bale. And that one was like sort of a fun action movie that, you know, did something actually in the post-apocalyptic timeline that I thought was decent. Genesis once again went back and did we have to go back in time to the 80s or whatever. But they went back to like the first movie, but they had changed the plot up a bit so that, the Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator met up with Sarah Connor like way earlier than he should have. And he helped her prepare for, the initial Terminator. So it was like this big time warp thing. I thought it was going to be absolutely horrible. And it was kind of fun. It wasn't super memorable. I don't remember thinking it was that great either. So, like, I'm not exactly endorsing it, but it was better than I thought it was going to be. And then the Dark Fate was the most recent one. That one was pretty bad. I did not like that one a lot. I also watched that one. God, I think that one came out like in 2019, maybe. And I watched it with a group of people, young people in like 2020, I think is when we watched all those movies. And the Terminator that was the bad guy was dressed as a cop isn't a new thing. It's also something that was in Terminator 2. And everybody was like, yeah, all cops are bad, because it was 2020. And they're like, yes, shit on that cop. Oh, and they were like all into it because, the main bad guy was a cop, and like they were all rooting for it. So I remember watching it with a group of people that were like super into it, but it seemed to only be for that particular reason. But otherwise, I didn't think it was that great of a movie. I thought it was, I don't know. It didn't really stand out to me as being anything all that great. We can ignore the newish one. Yeah, the Dark Fate was the most recent one, right? There wasn't any after that? I don't think so. I don't think that one did too well either. I remember people kind of toted it as being like, oh yeah, it's a brand new spin. And it kind of wasn't. There's also that television series that I never watched. I heard it wasn't bad from accounts of people that I know, but I don't know. It didn't really entice me all that much. Yeah, apparently it made 261 million box office worldwide against a estimated 196 million budget, which probably means it either just barely broke even or it didn't at all. I don't know. Hard to say in some situations.
No.
This guy's coming around here like he's gonna kick my ass, but I don't know, he's not really doing anything. Okay, there he goes. I can't open the doors or anything, so I don't get it. There must have been something I missed. I mean, there has to be something we can use the battery on, but like what? Maybe I missed a room somewhere? TV show everyone made a joke about the robot? Like the Terminator in the TV show? I didn't watch it at all, so I don't remember anything about it. The only thing I would have possibly remembered is like the television advertisements. But yeah, I don't remember. Was it called like the Sarah Connor Chronicles? Something like that? Let me see. I had like all the Terminator stuff pulled up a second ago. Oh, it was. Okay. Wow, that was earlier than I thought. 2008 to 2009. So I must have just had a one season. Apparently there's an animated series too called Terminator Zero. Don't know what that was. Didn't see that one. Okay. I'm gonna go up to some of these windows and see if there's something I can do. Probably not, actually. I don't think they'd let me just go into the bridge like that. Eventually, I think we get in there, but like not right now. Let me go back. There must have been something I missed. It is possible too. Okay. It looks pretty good. That old lighting. But anyway, yeah, that's my Terminator talk. Why do we start talking about Terminator again? I don't even remember. Talking about League of Extraordinary Gentlemen for a sec. Oh yeah, that's right. Because that was the that was the movie I couldn't watch, but I could watch League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That's not what I wanted to do. Movie talks. There was a number of like those sort of fantasy action movies that were kind of out around that time that I remember not being too bad. Like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, again, I saw it at the time. I thought it was okay. I haven't seen it since, so it's probably pretty bad, but I haven't watched it in a long time. But I remember in like a similar regard, there was like that Van Helsing movie, which I think had Hugh Jackman in it. I remember watching that too, and I remember thinking, that's not bad. That's not a bad movie. I'm sure it's not that great either. That one even had a video game. I'll go down here and see if there's something I can get. It's like, okay, are you gonna die, Laura? What is going on here? Like I should say like seizure warning or something like that. It's not blinking super fast, but it's not exactly pleasant to look at either. There's some other crap. I thought there was something else too. I remember there being another movie. Was the one that had, oh man, most of these movies I've only ever seen once, was the one that had there's like one that had a Frankenstein's monster, and then one that had like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Man, I think the Frankenstein monster was in Van Helsing, and then I think the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, like superhero, that was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. No, not Lord of the Rings. Something else, so, like more like schlock territory. Like very lowest common denominator trying to appeal to type movie. Yeah, I think it was too. I was trying to think of which one was which, and if there was something separate. I could have sworn there was like a third one, but maybe not. Dracula in space. No. Though I wouldn't doubt that exists. I don't remember that. I don't see anything here. I don't know what, I'm trying to think if maybe like one of these bunkers had something in it too, but I don't see anything. It did? Oh, okay, it was a sci-fi. Well, sci-fi originals were really stupid. They'd come up with literally anything. I mean, that was, 2010s was like the Sharknado incident that nobody seems to let go of. You're like, oh, wasn't that funny? Sharknado. No, not really. It's just kind of dumb. I remember seeing a sci-fi original one time. I feel like I've talked about this before, but it was like it was so cheaply made. It was this movie. I think it was about piranhas, but anyway, the main characters were in the like Amazon River area. It was. I did watch that show. I'll talk about it in a sec. But there was a like a swimming scene, and like the people were swimming looking for something. I guess they were looking for the piranhas in under the water. And so they have like somebody dive into this murky looking Amazon river, but they couldn't be bothered to like get any footage that even remotely looked like, an Amazonian river underwater footage. So they just cut to like this stock footage of like this glorious blue, shiny golden reef. And there's like all this coral, and there's all these colorful fish swimming around under the water. And I'm like, hey, wait a second. This doesn't look right. This is supposed to be an Amazon river. There's like mud and like rocks and like maybe some kind of swamp lizard fish or some shit like that. It's not like this glorious blue crystal clear water. It has like the parrotfish and the clownfish all swimming around. So they couldn't even be arsed to like do the minimal bit of effort. They're like, it's underwater. It's good enough. So I think that was like the one instance I ever like watched a like sci-fi original for any extended amount of time. Because then it just became a joke. It's like, well, it's gonna be bad. Like, it might be funny because it's bad, but I'm not one of those people that watches stuff that's like so bad it's entertaining. I was like, nah, I'd just rather watch something good. So I've never been one to like tolerate it as much as other people. But hey, if you get entertainment from it, that's fine. But yes, Who Wants to Be a Superhero was on the Sci-Fi Channel, I guess, wasn't it? I remember watching the first season. I watched it with a friend. This was kind of just like in and around high school age for me. And they had to do all these like challenges, whether they were obstacle courses or, make up your own theme song or a bunch of other shit to kind of market their own superhero. And then whoever won the competition would go on to like get their own comic book series. And I remember the guy that won the first season was like so boring. I couldn't imagine. Like he was just like generic, like incredibly generic. I think maybe his ability was that he was super fast or something. I don't know. It was just, but the guy that came in, I think he came in third, was like really funny. I remember, he was, I don't know. He was sort of a Superman-esque person. He probably had the generic superhero abilities, but something about him. I don't remember specifically what he did. I just remember like him running through like a park in the middle of the day, and he kept like doing the double finger guns to people and like animals. Yeah, the guy that won was like a lightning guy. Like he had electricity powers, something like that. And the guy that didn't win, and I think he got third place. I don't know. He was sort of like a Superman guy, but he was a little bit goofy, but he was actually funny. And he would just like his mannerisms, how he talked, things he did were like legitimately funny. And I think that, I remember Stan Lee was on like the judge panel, and he's like, well, we just think you're kind of like more of a parody. And it's like, well, yeah, that's better. It's fine. Go with a parody. It plays absolutely fine if you're trying to get something that's marketable. Kind of look like Ron Swanson, the guy that won, or the parody guy? I remember the parody guy, like, after the fact, he looked a little bit like Homelander, I thought. Like, when I first saw, like, the live-action Homelander, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy looks like a... he looks like a sort of a parody of, like, a superhero, but he actually looks, I don't know, more menacing. But I thought he was, like, blonde, and he had, like, a slick back hair and something like that, I don't know. And then the runner-up. I mean, I was kind of glad that the lightning guy won, because the runner-up, like the number 2, was like really, really bad. It was like this big fat lady. And I want to say she had like donuts strapped to her belt so she could like have a quick snack or something between crime fighting. Some shit like that. And they had chosen her because, oh, you're so diverse. I think she was black. But she was also very fat, and she had like kids or something. The parody dude, you remember he looked like a cop or something? Maybe. It's been so long, I forget. I thought he was like a blonde guy, clean shaven. I thought he looked a little slicker than that, but maybe he could have been. I thought he looked in shape. Strong upper body. Is possible. I watched it with a friend. We'd only ever watched it like live, I think a couple times. I might have taped it on a VHS so we could catch it later, but I don't remember for sure. I looked at just about everywhere. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I didn't see really much of anything, so either I'm like seriously overlooking something, which is potentially the case. There could be something I just completely missed. Or, I don't know, I guess maybe we're supposed to do something with the chef guy. Very strange. I thought I kind of remember like one of these panels opening up with the fan too, but I think I've been pressing up against most of them to see if there's anything I can interact with, and that hasn't popped up either. There may be something I'm supposed to do in here, but like what? I could save and see if like I could sneak up on him or something. But yeah, I don't have any items outside of the crowbar and then the battery. Like I would think almost maybe the I wonder if I could sneak up on him. Nope. He detects you kind of immediately. I would almost think like the battery would be used for like a taser or something. I don't know. I thought I remember something like that. And yeah, both of these doors require a key. I almost kind of wonder, like, maybe you can hit him over the head with a pan or something, but that doesn't look like it either. He can't really do anything either. You're thinking of someone else? I got you. There was a second season. I never watched the second season, so I don't know if maybe there was somebody like that. But I didn't watch it. The guy's name was Major Victory. Okay, so I think he ended up like in third place. And I genuinely think that if they had gone with him, he would have been more memorable and probably better than the lightning guy. Which again, I mean, it wasn't like the lightning guy was super deplorable or anything like that. He was just very generic. Like, he reminded me of like, what was that online multiplayer game, like City of Heroes or some shit like that? I know a lot of people say that's a great game, but it's like, he reminds me of like if you made a character in that game, that's like kind of the extent of what it would be. He just didn't seem like he was that like super great. See, he also just like goes back to cutting, even though he's like cutting in midair. He's not doing his job very good. But I would almost wonder if like maybe I could sneak up on him and do something. Oh shit. Champions Online. Was that it? Was it not called City of Heroes? What the hell was City of Heroes then? Look it up. Oh no, there is a City of Heroes. And it is an MMO. It's an MMORPG. I was thinking of that one. I don't know. I guess there could be a Champions Online too. Champions Online was after. I almost remember I could have sworn somebody was like just playing that. I think I was like in somebody's channel and somebody raided them and they were playing like Champions Online. I've never heard of that. It's a very like simple name though. I'm gonna see what's going on here. What's going on with this battery I got? Okay, the batteries are needed to create the suit battery, which I guess you would need later on. So that doesn't help me with anything. Let's see. What do we got going on here? I wonder if I could sneak up on him. That's kind of what I was thinking before. Because if I don't use this, like I thought maybe the battery was for a stun gun that you find, but that doesn't seem to be the case when I look at the battery. It's like, oh, it's for the suit. Okay. So how do I get rid of this guy? I would almost think that I could use the... No. No. I could use the crowbar, but...
No.
Like, how do I get to him? Maybe I need to walk up to him. Because I was trying to crawl before. Oh, look at that. He doesn't notice if you walk. Oh, shit. That is what you need to do. And down he goes. That's it. Welcome in. I can raid your tomb anytime. Well, thank you for the offer. I'll keep that in mind. Now we take this giant key and we can, I guess, go in here. No? We can't go in here?
No.
Okay, Laura, fine. Glad you're here to direct me. God, that segment's a little bit stupid, having to, like, walk up to the chef, but at least I got it eventually. But I can see that being very, very confusing, for, like, a new player, because that's not something you really do. Even for, like, an old player, I mean, that's not, like, I don't think there's ever an instance where you have to do something like that. I want to say that when you get into the final chapter, there's, like, that corporate espionage section where you're in the building. I want to say that you get, like, some ether and, like, a rag, and you can like, knock people out with that, and you have to do something similar where you have to, like, walk up to them. Oh, hey. Just put the guns in there. That's cool. But, like, by that point, you've already done this, like, version of it, so you kind of have some sort of expectation to maybe do something like that, but I don't know, it just seems... It's a little obtuse. That's all I'm saying. And it's not like they give you an opportunity in the tutorial to let you do that with anybody. Look how big this dining room is for, like, a submarine. Like, this is a bigger dining room than, like, a naval warship would have. I get that those nuclear submarines are a little bit on the big side, but, I don't think you could find me. Okay, he's dead now. They got the nice little tablecloths. Why do they have tablecloths? Who cares if it gets messy? Shouldn't they be made, like, out of metal or something anyway? You just, like, wipe that shit down. Hold on. I remember half the shit, like, falling apart on this submarine. Okay. More shelves to check. Let's see what they got. And nightstands. Can't forget those. Wow, 3 for 3 for nothing. Wow. Very surprising. Where does this go? Before I start crawling around some more vents. Okay, it looks like it goes into a brand new area. Another storage room. It might take a minute to actually get through all of that, so let me just see what else is around here first, and then we'll go investigate in a second. Actually, you know what? I'll just save. Just in case. Flying cam seems like cheating. Okay, I guess you're the game master here. You tell me how to play my game. It is cheating. However, it is a big time saver too, and I've already streamed these games on the original PlayStation or whatever the hell they came on first. So if you want to see me play these games 100% legit, there are recordings of it on YouTube. Oh shit, there you are. I was wondering what was making the threatening music. Look, you had ammo too. Ammo for guns that I don't have. There's another barracks section. This isn't the one that we were previously in, though. Why did I have to give the cook a concussion just to get a key? Seems like overkill. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I think she probably killed him. So yeah, in that case, it would be like overkill, right? Or overkill kill. Because, well, what would it have been the alternative? Like taking it off him like a thief mission in like an Elder Scrolls game? I'm wondering what the... Oh my god, Lara, those are warheads! Just everybody firing their guns. Remember in Metal Gear Solid where they disable Snake's guns somehow, even though there's like no logical reason or method for them to actually do that? They're like, Snake, we've disabled your guns. Like, what? Why did they... Lara should have some sort of self-control here, I feel like. You don't realize it, but Seven here actually was a playtester for the game. I was the one that said the shorts are too long. Yeah, I know, and she's wearing like full-on pants here, so obviously they didn't take my advice. Okay, somebody... Oh, wait. There you are. I was gonna say, somebody's making the music. Okay. We need to get into one of these suits eventually. Maybe just put the cook in a sleeper hold. Alright, well, not for nothing. And you know, I'd hate for anybody to call me misogynist or whatever, but she is a woman she seems fairly light. I get that she's athletic, but like when you have a burly sailor cookman and you know, you have this sort of lithe woman, maybe try to put her arms around his neck or something like that, might not be able to have him go down super quick. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if I was in Lara's position and I had a crowbar, I'd probably just hit him over the head, too. What the hell is that? It is a suit console, I see. Okay, I think we need certain things for that, though. Oh, shit. I did not mean to jump down there. Just go the meeting, huh? What? Look, I'm sure the guy would have wanted to. I'm not too sure Lara would have. I don't know if she goes in for those backdoor deals. Lara Croft, theft and murder and war crimes. Most people haven't seen, like, Lara at her worst. I want to say Tomb Raider 3 is probably Lara at her worst. But yeah, Lara Croft has moments where she is just basically a ruthless killer. She does not have, like, a remorseful bone in her body. There's one cutscene in particular I'm thinking of in Tomb Raider 3, and it's at the very, very end of the game. She's not a good person. I'll just say that. Though I will say with like Tomb Raider 4 and kind of with this one, they do flesh out her character kind of in a way that makes her a little bit more sympathetic. But yeah. She has pretty brutal moments. My opinion, though, they completely ruin her character in the reboot series that comes out after Angel of Darkness. Sort of starting with Legends, she has like these mommy issues, and then they almost completely ruin her in Anniversary. Like she has to, I mean, because, you know, it's a remake of Tomb Raider 1, so most of the events still follow the same. They're just slightly more fleshed out. But, you know, she has to kill Larson and the rest of Natla's henchmen. And, like, I think it was particularly after the Larson, she starts, like, getting these visions of Larson dying. She's like, oh no, there's blood on my hands. And she's, like, literally wiping her clean hands as if there's blood on them, on herself. She's like, oh no, I've killed somebody. Yeah. You did what you had to. Hey, there's the other battery.
No.
No, not that. There you go.
No.
Alright, fine. I would think you'd probably have to put it in the suit console, but maybe you have to put the suit console into the suit first, and then you can put the battery in there. I think we need something else, too. I'm pretty sure there's a, like an oxygen tank or something that needs to go on it, so we're probably not done. I think I checked everything in here, so we're probably good. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of some of the changes that they did with their character. And then when the reboot happened in 2013, boy, they just kind of went off the rails with that one. I want to say they solidified her a little bit better when it came to like the sequel, once you get into Rise and everything. But prior to that, yeah, that 2013 game was, yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Talked about it before, but I want to say that was probably the most annoying game in the franchise, just because the characters were all not great. Probably not. That's why I haven't watched it. But you ain't lying. I would not like the Netflix animated series. Yeah, I can see that. I can interact with it, but I can't put it in yet.
No.
So I do think I need to get the the oxygen tank. See how there's two divots? There's one that looks like it has it's for the battery, and then there's another one that's kind of like a round thing. I'm pretty sure that's where an oxygen tank would go. Where I get that, however, I don't know. Maybe there's somebody else I can kill. You would think. I mean, there's just these. I wonder if she can break these open. There's just all these other suits. Like, okay, the glass isn't over this one. We have access to it. But with all these other suits here, you think I'd just be able to rip a console off one of those? Or, even better, just take one of those suits. Because, see? They got the things in there. Just find a way to open it. And take one of those. But, nah. Can't do that. Pretty sure all of these doors will just go to the exterior, so probably won't be able to open any of them. Yeah, I'm not a fan of most things that are on Netflix. I know that's not really a hot take these days, because it does seem like the general opinion for most people is most stuff on Netflix is just hot garbage, but yeah, there hasn't really been a ton on there that I've been like, oh, I want to check that out. Kind of when they first started with their original series, there was a handful of things here and there. I remember liking the, I was talking about this on Daylor's stream when we were doing well, actually it was my stream too, but we were doing a co-op stream a couple weeks ago, doing some Jedi power battles. And the first season or two of Daredevil, I remember liking. There's probably been some other things too. I can't be bothered to remember what it was, but you know, it was nice. There was also a bunch of actual movies on there, and I think they either gave up or lost all of their movie licensing rights. So there's not as much on there. So I mean I've said it before, but I'm much more of a movie oriented person as opposed to a series. These are just like a lot more concise. Devilman Crybaby. I'm assuming that's Devil May Cry. Did that come out? I wasn't aware that that was out yet. I want to say that there was another section just before this that we maybe didn't check out in the dining area. We didn't go this way, did we? I like ran out of room. Okay, so it's a show literally called Devilman Crybaby? Okay. I thought you were just like coming up with a fun way to say Devil May Cry. There is a Devil May Cry Netflix series coming out, but I don't think it's out just yet. I know a lot of people, there's been some leaks that Fortnite is getting some Devil May Cry skins, and people seem to think it's going to line up with the release of that series. Sure, just walk around in a circle. Fine by me. A shotgun, nice. What happens if demons walked amongst the living? Well, that sounds like a premise for a lot of different things. Even Devil May Cry is a little bit like that. Oh, hey, there's the oxygen tank. Look at that. Big old purple looking thing. I remember when Netflix started getting like big money, and this was like pre-pandemic, but they were like getting big money for some of their projects. It was probably after their Marvel stuff started taking off, and more people started saying, hey, you know what, streaming services might be the future. I remember there was a Will Smith vehicle. I think it might have been a movie. I don't know. It was either a movie or like a very short series. But I think it was like a movie with Will Smith, and it had like either demons or fantasy creatures that were like living in contemporary times. It was like a buddy cop film or something like that. How many is that? 2 out of 3? Shit, we're not getting that third one. Well, there still might be a room or two here, so I guess never say never. Aqualung. Interesting song. Okay, I still can't combine the battery with the console. Maybe she'll just do it after. Maybe you have to install it in the suit with Aqualung, and then you can put the battery in there after that. He's trying to fuck a woman, turns a demon, it's foreplay, they fight, flying in the air, dude pokes his Johnson inside a woman as an attack. Okay. Well, it sounds interesting, I guess. It's sort of unique, I don't know. This is animated, I assume? Alright, we've seen a couple of these doors. I don't have a key card. There's a bathroom. Look at that. Look at these giant toilets. I was gonna say, I've heard of cutie honey. I don't think I've heard of curry honey. Although, That might be a delicious dish. I'm not too sure. Might try it next time I make curry. That must be an old one then. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about now. I seem to have like a visual in my head. Most people just call it like Devilman, right? They don't call it like Devilman Crybaby. Or whatever you said. How do I get back down to where I was? I think all we need to do now is just go back to the suits. Oh, the reboot is called Crybaby, okay. Yeah, I've seen clips of the original, but I've never fully watched it. Nope. Not that one. Okay. So, get that suit console in there. Oh yeah, that's what it was. You can't combine them all at once, but you can get the suit battery in after the fact. She got them pants from the wrong trousers. I like how her arms didn't go into it. Also, the arms are super, super small. Yeah, they're bigger in the original. Why did they make them so thin? It looks like a freak. The arms are so tiny. She's got these little T-Rex arms. All right. Slight oversight. Okay, so we're under the water. Now we're looking for that sub. Oh yeah, I could just press that. And hopefully get the Spear of Longinus. I would think like unlimited oxygen and everything in here. I don't think there's a way to combat this. Oh, we found the secret. And as apparently we saw last time, there is no reason for the secrets outside of just like bragging rights, from the looks of it. What the hell? Can I not go back? It's like once I cross that threshold, I can't seem to move back. Very odd. Also, I'm not 100% certain what's going on with the bar. It's like there's a damage limit or something. Hold on. I'm gonna load up the game from that previous point we were at, just to see if there was something else. There is a secret over there, but there was also another path over here. For whatever reason, I couldn't cross back over, like once I passed that certain point. Yeah, there's like another section. Okay, that was weird. I think I almost took my damage limit there. Okay, here's something. This looks like a entry point. Shit. Yeah, I think it's like a damage threshold is what that bar is. It's not like a life bar. I guess if you look at it in reverse, it's almost like your health recharges. I do like she has a little cap on there. I don't remember that in the original. I was gonna check it, but I like immediately skipped. Let's see. Oh no, she's got a little cap. Well, actually, no, she had this. She has like a skull cap.
Who could believe it?
There it is. The Jesus Spear. I think. Boy. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. So now you're in like a race against time to get back to the sub. So it's not like you could go back and get the secret after the fact. Which sort of sucks. If I remember right, they give you like a very finite amount of time too. We're almost out. Shit. Probably could have done that better, but still. Get those pants off. And get your real arms back.
Ah, our unannounced visitor. I fear you have an item in your possession that I require.
Could it be the item in my hands?
Continuing quest for world peace, I presume.
World peace, not entirely my purpose in pursuing this artifact.
This artifact contains untold power of which the likes of you will never harness. If you wish it, you may have it, but you will regret it.
The world may regret it. Hand it to me and I may spare you.
On your head be it.
It's been like her catchphrase for the last 2 games.
And eject her into the ocean.
Sergei, listen to me. You don't know what you're dealing with.
Oh no, there it goes. Who could have foreseen these events? I think that guy's supposed to be knocked out, but it looks like he's just watching the guy drown next to him. Alright. Also could shoot her right now and have it. He could have, but he wanted to toss her in the brig. Lovingly watching the guy next to him. His eyes looked open, and he was just kind of like chilling there, so it's like at a weird angle or something, I don't know. I don't think there's a time limit or anything here, but like all the creaking and shaking and the water dropping and everything, it does make for a bit of a stressful environment. She's still got her guns too, so that's good. Unfortunately, I had used both of my large health kits last time. So hopefully we won't need them. How much shotgun ammo do I have? 6? Use it in some instances where worse comes to worse. Hey, there's some Magnum ammo. I don't have a Magnum. What the hell? There's some Uzi ammo too. I don't have an Uzi either. Yeah, where's all the guns? That reminds me, nobody had a key card or anything on them. We're back basically in the same spot that we were before, but the only areas that we didn't have access to last time were the spots that had the keycard doors. I guess maybe we'll come across somebody that might have them or something. We'll see how it goes. Whoa. Okay. Sudden lighting shift. Game had to slow load there for a second. Hey, alright. I was gonna say, he had Uzis. I should be able to procure something from him. Technically, this constitutes as a new level, too, so I wonder if researching these things that I already searched previously will yield new items. Let's have a look. Classic Tomb Raiders are in a very interesting world where all like devices and everything, whether it be like shelving or doors or anything really, is made like 3 times bigger than it normally is. So in Laura's case, she has to like stand on the shelving unit in order to check on the top shelf. It also looked like in that previous storage room that you could get up into the vents, but I don't know if that's actually going to take me somewhere different. I feel like that just takes me around to, yeah, like this room. Because like, there was just like another storage unit where you could get into the vents, but there wasn't anything unique in there. Oh, hey, there's some Uzis. That's nice. How much ammo we got for that? 120? Alright. Not bad. Light on fire and immediately undo that. Uh-oh. Electric cables touching the water. I don't know if there's anywhere I need to go here. I guess that room's open. Seems like it might be a bit of an issue. Oh, shit. Seems like it might be a bit of an issue, like, clearing some of these gaps, though. That's okay, Laura. You're only electrocuted for a couple seconds. You'll be okay. Oh, he had a key card. Nice. Okay, so we needed to get back here. Let's see. Vent I can get up into? No. There is another shelf, though. Dead end. Okay, so there was another keycard door back here. Oh my god. Ugh. Damn it. I was hoping when I was walking that she would just kind of like, I don't know, stop before she hit the water, but that was not the case. Oh shit. There's a rose in here. I don't know if it's worth getting because apparently the water here is electrocuted too. Not what I wanted, but okay. Like, are they bastards enough just to make you withstand that damage to get it? Is that what you really need to do? I think that might be it. I'll make a... Not even going to... Yeah, shit. You'd believe it. I think you'd be right. Yeah, I think you just need to have health kits ready in order to eat that damage, because I don't know, unless there's a way you can shut the electricity off, which I doubt. I don't see what else you're supposed to do here in order to, like, negate that. Well, that sucks. I wasn't, like, secret hunting or anything anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, if I saw them, I tended to grab them. But I guess we're not doing that now. Anything in the bathroom? There's a fire extinguisher in there. I wonder if that means other things will be in there. I wonder if the deagle's in there. We've seen before, but sometimes the... I think the devs must have figured out that people were reusing the photo mode to, like, look ahead in the levels. What I've noticed with this game, though, is that certain objects won't appear. And some certain objects will light up when you get close to them, so they'll go, like, full bright mode, as opposed to, like, you know, if you're just camming on them, they will be completely dark. But I think, in particular, with secrets, because we saw it a little bit earlier, but there was a secret that was, like, in a ventilation shaft, and, like, when I had camped in there, I'm like, well, I don't see anything in there. It doesn't look like there's anything, but I'll go down there anyway, just in case, you know, there's a wall I can interact with or something. And then when I go in there, then there's the secret. But, like, the secret didn't pop up beforehand. So, they're, like, withholding some certain objects, so it doesn't completely spoil everything. Swipe card. Swipe that card, Laura. I think we're kind of getting into the bridge area. There's more electric wires. Don't think I could do anything in there just yet. There may be a way we could shut the electricity off. If that ends up being the case, maybe I'll run back there and get the rose just for posterity's sake, but otherwise, I'll avoid it. Oh, wait, that's the bridge, I think. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. There's something in there, though. It's my call for a long jump. Man, that's a big ass tank. Oh, there's the Deagle. This looks different too. Oh yeah. Boy, look at that. The lighting is... I want to say the lighting's better in the original. Looks a lot more chaotic. Oh shit. Okay, I guess touching the wires at all. I figured there wouldn't be a problem with that, but yeah, no, it's an issue. Don't die like Bill Nye, too late. Had to happen. Trying to see what the best way to get, like, over there would be without, like, touching the water at all. I think we found it. Oh, shit! Nope. Damn it, that didn't work either. I should have known it wouldn't work. The side jump always goes higher, but I was just kind of hoping she'd be able to duck under it on the lower arc there. Oh look, get the nitrogen canister without taking any damage. Got an achievement for that. I would love to get the Deagle, but I don't want to take damage. So I guess I won't. Shit. What was that? That's a large health kit. Ain't making it easy. Oh, here's the bridge. On this nuclear vessel. Hello in there. You're poking his eye there.
I'll help you.
I do this only to help my man. He babbles of the biblical spear, and I feed his madness for money to feed our families. And now, to these corpses left for the fishes.
Yarofem, I can help you, but you must help me. The ship is about to impact into the ocean bed, and then our time is up. We must hurry.
The escape pods have find oxygen tanks in my stateroom. I hear my ship dying. The internal seams are splintering.
That doesn't sound good. I guess we'll go do it fast then. Pretty sure up there is where... Oh yeah, that's the escape pod. You need two different things. I think we need to put the nitrogen in there and then the oxygen in there. Or vice versa. So let's go find a stateroom. And then that should be it. It's nice that these games have subtitles too. I remember this in particular... I think with Tomb Raider 3, it was really hard to tell what the hell was being said in that game. Especially with the David Tennant-esque Scotsman guy. I didn't have any idea what that guy was saying when I originally played that game. But with the subtitles, it was a lot clearer to understand him, obviously, since we're reading it. And did I not go the way I was supposed to? Hold on, is there something else up here? Let me take a look. With this one, I remember the dialogue being pretty clear-cut. It was probably a little easier to understand than some of the previous games, but it's nice that we actually have subtitles to read. All the same. That's where the nitrogen tank was. I don't think there's any... Oh, was it? It wasn't this next room over, was it? No, I don't think that's it. I don't think there's anything back there. Like, I kind of can clip the camera through the door and there's just like ocean, so it's probably not it. Although I do wonder, hold on. Oh, that is breakable, look at that. This is probably just a secret, but let's see. Go check. Locked door. I do have a key, but I guess the key is only for his stateroom. That sucks. Just...
No.
Yeah, okay. Make sure the game isn't acting up or something. You never know. Alright, well, that's interesting. Maybe we'll find something on the other side? I don't know. Seems a shame to have an entry point up here and then not being able to do anything with it. I'll just quick cam over there real fast. Oh, does that fan work? Again, I thought I remember there being like one of those fans that you can open up. Oh no. It's operational. Well, that is weird. I suppose we need to find another key, basically, but hard to say. I think it's the only one we could break open, too. That over there is where we saw earlier in the level when we were looking in. And they were having their little discussion with each other. Yeah, I don't really know where his stateroom is, then. I don't remember there being a locked door. I guess we'll, kind of scrounge around until we can find it. There's a door over here again. You can kind of clip through it and there's nothing out there, so I'm sure she would like vaporize as soon as she hits those cables over there though, so probably means I can't touch it. There are the various storerooms. Let me just cam through here. I see that one's broken. And the fan is on. I'm gonna say if the fan's on, it probably means we can't get in there. This is where the warheads were. Yeah, and then all this is just the suit rooms, but the suit rooms didn't have like an additional door we could get into. So I don't think that's it. Maybe it's something back, I guess, through the kitchen area. But then the one door in the back, I mean, that just had... Boy, what would it be then? Because there's only one that led to the kitchen and one that led somewhere else. There's the bathroom. But, you know, the bathroom didn't have like a secret door in it or anything. So yeah, we go in here. And there was a locked door there. I guess those cables are still there, so that's probably not it anyway. But, yeah, there was just the one room with the key card, and then that was kind of it. Everything else is blocked off or somewhere else we can't get into. And there must have been something on the upper level that I missed. There was the route. I mean, I tried to open that one door. On the upper level where the bridge is and everything. I mean, yeah, again, there's that door, but I don't think I can make it past there. Odd. There wasn't a door in here, was there? No. Let's check and see if he's got anything else to say. I guess not. Let me go up here and put the canister in and see if that does something. It might trigger something else. If I could even put it in there. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we can put the nitrogen canister in. So I thought it opens up the other side, or you can put the oxygen canister. So yeah, that's not a door. Seems less like a secret now and more like where we need to go. I guess I'll go try the door again. Maybe I just approached it wrong or something. Sometimes, you know, you gotta do something weird that you didn't see before. The box is breakable. Can I move them? Oh Oh shit, look at that. I did miss something. Who put that switch way the hell up there? Can she even jump that? Oh, I think she can. Oh, did that turn the electricity off? Okay. So now we can get into... There was that one door. Again, I kind of clipped the camera through there, but I guess it didn't really matter. And it didn't look like there was anything in there. I wonder if that connects to all the areas that had the loose cables. Because if that's the case, then I could go back and get some other stuff too. Although it probably doesn't even matter. Watch, I guess before I run near those cable areas. Let's see. Oh yeah, the power's off. Okay. Just in case, I'm gonna save. Can I touch the cables? Yes, I can. There's the deagle. Got 12 whole bullets for it. Nice. Good. Go on, Laura, get past. Expected there to be somebody in here, but I guess not. Well, you know what they say, fourth time's a charm. Hey, there it is, finally. If I wanted to, I could go back and get the Rose secret. I guess I said I would, didn't I? Oh, shit. Still the fire to contend with. Okay, the electricity did go out, so... Yep, it went out everywhere. So now, that's how you get it. Get it without dying. That was, yeah, that's just the first one I found, though. No clue where that second one could be. Wasn't in the bathroom. Can't even open up the toilets to check. Oh, I wonder. Are any of them destructible? Was that where I killed the helpless cook? Why do you care so much about this cook? Yes, that's where he was murdered. It's not like I had any alternatives. The game did not offer me a different way to go about doing that. Son of a bitch. Do I have the oxygen canister? Okay, well, we saw me grabbing the rose. It doesn't matter. I don't need to have it in my inventory. Oh, hey, somebody dropped a key. Nice. Let him cook, damn it! only door that we've seen that can take a key was the one that was up through the vents. Oh, I bet you that's gonna be the other secret. Shit, I should have gone. I should have gotten the other one. Alright, hold on. I'll get the damn secret. We'll get both of them. Okay. Secret number 1. Man, that's so weird. You have to like exit and re-enter the water. No way, not that way. Oh wait, I went down the wrong spot. Goes back to the beginning, technically, of this level. We need to go back this way. Okay. So now we get the bronze key. Go ahead and grab this large health kit just for fun. Whee! Wasn't that fun? Okay. I assume this is where we have to use that key, because there's really nowhere else where we can use it. That I've seen anyway. Yep. Bronze key. What do you know?
All right.
Mythical, thank you. Thank you for the resubscription. How you doing? Good to see you. Lava is hot, yes. Listen. Thank you for the advice. Hey, there it is. See? I knew it. It's a complete waste of time because the secrets don't matter. I guess unless you're achievement hunting. Oh, and thank you, Akuma. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Hype train. Holy shit. I don't think it pops up on stream, but it is appreciated. Akuma wants it to continue. One more. You only need one.
All right.
You didn't have to. I'd appreciate it though. Thank you, Desolate. I appreciate the sub. Thank you guys. You were too kind. We're not even doing anything. Well, we're about to beat this level, so I guess it's best time out of the entire stream so far. Oh, that didn't complete it? What the hell do they want for the hype train? What do you get? You get an emote for it, right? Get the air horns ready. Okay. Thank you, Mythical, for the bits.
No time. The hull is breached, and we will drown soon. With the oxygen, you escape.
Come on, people! We beat the level!
Not without you.
I am Admiral Yarofev of the Russian Imperial Navy.
What's the button mashy about?
My great country for many years, but the country I know withers. The bear lies down to sleep for its final time.
I remember this guy like
Wish
snorting.
also this fate on the ship I have grown to love.
No deal.
Yes, deal for the outer airlock. Can
Thank you,
only
thank
be
you, thank you.
opened from inside the
Did we hit 100?
This
Oh my
is
goodness.
a gift to your child. I release you to a future.
I see shit going on. I'm assuming we did.
And my gift to you?
We did it!
My story.
Yay!
Tell how the proud men of Russia for that their country may once again stand proud.
Akuma, thank you for the
You
bits.
have my word.
I appreciate it.
I salute you. Quickly, into the airlock, and I will release you.
Tell Laura you're available for some kinky time. All right, I'll pass the message.
Goodbye, Admiral.
That was the sweetest she sounded ever. Goodbye, Admiral. He's locking her in there. You're cheering for his death so you don't have to listen to him anymore? He wasn't bad. He's the best character we've seen yet. I don't know what the hell was going on either. They had the Spear of Longinus, but I guess it's, you know, it's got that biblical vengeance like the Ark of the Covenant did.
Lara saw enough of the power of this artifact to recognize its rightful place was where man could never again.
And of course, like the dialogue in game is super loud, but the cutscenes are very, very quiet. So,
Oh dear, gentlemen, I do apologize.
oh, this is the part where she lifts up her shirt.
Has a sense of humor.
Everybody, come back in here. We're not done yet.
A moment.
Keep it going.
Spurred by hell.
And the horseman drove.
This is the part where you get to see the underboob.
The heavens boiled in their wake. Ah, benefits of a religious education.
Get hyped for the nude code. It's in the cutscene. It'll be in a second. It's only for a split second though, so you gotta watch it. It's when she's sitting on her bed. It's literally like within the next couple scenes.
Time out at Canusi.
Winston's home?
Indeed, yes. The staff had taken leave due to flooding. Lara, back when she was a slip of a girl, was staying with Winston and his wife. It was her that contacted me, as a matter of fact. Some trouble out on one of the islands. Weird lights, manifestations, that sort of thing. Thought I might be able to help. It was on a hellish night like this when I arrived.
Here it is. Yeah, and there you go. Honestly, it was clearer in the original, I feel.
So, people have seen these apparitions out on the island.
There is talk of little else in the village, Bram. I'm doing all I can to keep this gossip from Lara.
You would be a wise man.
Did I hype it too much?
For her curiosity, drawn to
It's, it's literally the closest you'll ever get to like official though.
To be frank with you, no. But as the devil finds work for idle hands, I've spoken with Father Finnegan and have a boat chartered for the crossing late on this very evening.
Good Lord, Bram. You have not chosen the evening for it.
I have my faith to protect me, Winston.
Be careful. I fear on that island it's what you cannot see that will hurt you, Bram.
Time to get to the bottom of this, old friend.
All right, we're getting into Probably some of people's like most famous, like favorite parts in the game. Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Well, we got the level 1 of the hype train, so that's good at the very least. But we got to end the what's it, the Russian level. Now we're on the Irish ghost level. What'd you get? Is that the emote you guys unlocked? I can't even tell what the hell it is. What is that, a frog? I think that basically is her schoolgirl outfit, mythical. But yeah, this is like younger Lara. She's like late teens Lara, basically. But we see this iteration of Lara in the intro for Tomb Raider 4 in the last revelation, the little Force tutorial segment, and then she gets her own level here. And this level's interesting because it's completely puzzle-based. It is not no combat like whatsoever. You just completely solve everything through here through like puzzles and through a lot of the platforming. Frog Ponder, I see. She looks a little bit better like in the original. For whatever reason, they gave her like really rosy cheeks. It almost looks like she has like rouge or blush on or something. Maybe she's just like cold, I guess. They also gave her like a lot of cleavage in the original too. What's up with that? Oh well. This level used to scare the shit out of me though. In addition to not having any weapons or anything like that, this level is kind of more horror based. Since you can't really defend yourself or anything like that, they throw a lot of horror elements at you, and it's intentionally done that way too. It's not just like, oh yeah, it's freaky because you can't do anything. But legitimately, like, they attempted to make this kind of the scary level. And we've always talked about it with a lot of the previous Tomb Raider games, but Tomb Raider had such a good way of blending in like action and horror in a lot of different ways. And I feel like this level was kind of a culmination of that. Basically Amnesia, a little bit. I mean, it is again like mostly puzzles. And then, you know, aside from that, the only other gameplay is just like the platforming and you needing to figure out how to like traverse certain areas. And then there's a little bit of some spots that require a little bit more advanced platforming than some of the typical Tomb Raider fare. So you definitely just kind of have to watch out for where you're going and what you're doing. Shit. Basically Shadow Man. Well, it could be a number of things. We could say basically for a lot of different stuff. This level, I will say, for like the beginning portions here, it's a bit of a mess. It looks like not that great. Shadow Man, Slender Man, all the men. A number of different routes it looks like we could go down to. There is a little port there, but I don't know how I get down there. And then there's that over this way. It looks like I can get over here easier than I can get over the other side though, so we'll try this. Oh, shit. That's a lot of men. Too many men. Okay. Bats, can't do anything about them. Gotta live with them. This was just a secret. I guess there was a health kit in here too, so that's not bad. But yeah, there's just these little elements to this particular level that were, I think, too confusing for me as a kid when I originally played this. So I ended up skipping most of this level. And then the parts where I could play it were like a little bit too freaky. I didn't play a ton of horror games back in the day, so You know, when I encountered games that had light horror elements, I'm like, whoa, it's too scary. Can't do it. These days it's pretty much nothing, but, you know. Oh, look, we can get all the way down here. I'm like, what is this big argument, Desolate? What are you what are you talking about? It's not the emote you wanted? I'm sorry. I don't know. They seem to give you ones at random. I don't know what constitutes which getting what emote like you need to do for that. Maybe it's at a certain level. It's the frog ponder. Everyone needs a good thinking emote. I got one. Like a refund, please. Please take it through Twitch. I do not handle the subscription fees. The only horror games you've been played back in the day were Resident Evil, and those terrified the hell out of you. Yeah, I mean, most stuff, especially when it's like super old, isn't gonna get me all that much. Especially with the sort of limited graphical capabilities at the time. But still. Oh, we're just back where we started. So I think there's another way that we need to go, but where that way is, I'm not too sure. Gift a sub and we could do another train. Alright, get to gifting. No, don't do that. Alright, Desolate. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the subscription as well. I do appreciate it. I know we're all joking here, but I do thank you for that. You have a good night. Hopefully we'll catch you on the next one. There is somewhere I need to go, but where I need to go exactly, I'm not sure. Maybe down here. Oh, that is where it is because there's those vines up top, so we need to get back down there. We kind of had it the first time around, I just didn't notice it. Time for the 24-hour stream of Quest 64. Yeah, okay. I literally don't think I could do a 24-hour stream, and not necessarily because I'm not sure that I can stay awake, which I don't think I can. I would probably have to do one of those 24-hour streams where I'd like take a few hour break and hopefully like wake up. But my internet is not good enough to do that. There are certain times where the internet is just not available. It's why I used to stream at much earlier. And now I've just gotten in the habit of saving it to the very, very end of my day. So it's fine. You know, I get used to that aspect. But I used to stream at about, I would say for most Eastern time slot people, it'd be probably around like 6 or 7, which is way, I mean, now I'm starting at midnight or later for Eastern Standard Time. So it's like a huge difference. And I stopped streaming at that time, not necessarily because it's inconvenient for me, but because my internet will just not allow it. It's hard to explain, but I think it's like a high traffic time for this particular area. And what ends up happening is, my bitrate will just go to complete shit. And like, I literally cannot stream to Twitch. It's like the bitrate will be so low that, you know, I could set the stream to, you know, a 160 quality and it won't go through. What is going on here? Why can't I? Okay, maybe we could do something with this. Chucking some Monster. Got Resident Evil 3 on your GameCube. I hear that's not a great version. How's that running for you? Yeah, her pigtails are going to be dancing around for a bit. I wouldn't be opposed to doing one. I'm certainly in a position where I could potentially, like, I've got the time to do a 24-hour stream. on a certain block of days. But yeah, my internet would just not be able to handle it, unfortunately. I would get kicked off at some point. So, like, the bitrate would just be, like, too abysmal. Like, I can't even move. Like, here from one spot to the other. You think it runs great? Yeah, there's several complaints about that particular version. One, that it actually runs worse than, like, the PlayStation version, I think, has been noted. And then, on top of that, I don't know, there was like something about like the control scheme or something that people didn't like, so. I haven't done it myself, couldn't tell you, but that's just what I've heard. Resident Evil 2 on the GameCube is best? I think these days most people seem to think the PC ports, which I did stream, they're pretty solid, are the best iterations of them, but man, I just don't think we can get to any of these spots. I did stumble on a news article relatively recently for like my area, and my city is allowing for like fiber internet to come in, and fiber internet, generally speaking, is supposed to be a lot faster for one than cable internet, which is the only, this cable internet is the fastest we've got here. It's Comcast, which I have, but also it's supposed to be a lot more reliable. So I just keep looking. There is one ISP that I know is kind of working in the area. I've seen their trucks and stuff even. So I've just kind of been looking out for them and seeing, okay, when's it dropping? When's it gonna happen? And nothing yet. Oh, maybe we can access it from here. Look at that. There's vines? No? Okay. Well, that is a vine wall, but... So, I don't know. Cable internet's expensive for what it is. Again, it is faster. I can stream at relatively high qualities, but the whole bitrate situation just like really sucks. This was not really an issue at my old place too. I moved back in like 2019, and I feel like I remember there being a similar issue at one point where like there was a certain time of day where the internet would get like a little bit worse, but I don't remember it being nearly as bad as what I have to deal with here. Like, again, I literally cannot stream because the bitrate will just like go down. I remember most recently I tried to do a stream with what was it? Spider-Man 2, I think it was, which that was a couple of years ago. It was back in like 2023 or something. I don't know, Mythical, I'm trying to figure it out. I think I need to get back on one of those walls back there, because I think there's like a vine section where you have to do hand over hand, but I can't figure out how to get to that spot. I was trying to see if I could like shimmy across, but it doesn't look like it. Again, this level of like even just visually is not that great, especially in the opening part here. It looks pretty bad, so it's hard to even like get a visual recognition for what you need to do. Hey, how's it going, Lara? Welcome in. Good to see you. But yeah, that was a couple of years ago when I last attempted to do it, and it was not having it. So I haven't tried it since. In all honesty, the internet seems to be pretty spotty sometimes. I feel like even there's been a couple times where we've had like some weird hiccups. But yeah, as soon as another ISP moves in that's like not Comcast, I will probably check them out and see, you know, what their rates are, what they got going on. Because I don't use anything else from Comcast. I'm not signed up for like their phone service. I don't have their actual like television cable. Literally just the internet, and that's it. And in my opinion, it's overpriced, and it's like it's not worth anything that I'm paying for, especially when it doesn't work in certain times of day. So if there is a point where I can do you know, something else, an alternative, I will definitely check it out. Oh, look, there's something over there. I wonder. I'm gonna save up here instead. Let's see if we can turn this corner over here. If she can, we might be able to do something. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I think we found it. I only saw that as quick, quote unquote, as I did because of the free cam feature. This is a lot harder to do in the original. Imagine if I missed. Well, I had a quick save. See, and here's the hand over hand spot that I noticed earlier. I suppose if worse came to worse, I probably could have just cammed around and see, like, backtracked my way through it. Like, okay, how do we get to this point? And just, like, look for each spot. Everybody harps on Comcast. I think it's definitely a company that has better spots. Like, there are certain areas that work better than others. And unfortunately, now I'm currently in an area that doesn't work as good as other places. I remember where I used to live, though. It was a newer neighborhood, so I bet you had something to do with, like, the cables in that area being better. But where I used to live, in kind of like the newer residential area, I don't remember having as many issues. But, I don't know. Here's our first scary thing. Yeah, I'm sure apartment complexes are horrendous, especially if it's an older one. Those are probably pretty bad.
Come, child. Come closer, for I have gifts for thee.
Ooh, gifts!
I'll stay where I am.
No, go on, Laura. Go take them.
Fear not this visage. It is but a vessel for my troubled spirit. Come closer, for you are safe, while I am hung like so much butcher's meat.
Who are you?
Who? For it is more like what? Condemned to wander between the kingdoms of man and that of the elementals. But I must be swift in my request, for they watch and wait to once more draw me back into the darkness.
Request?
My heart, girl. They have hidden my petrified heart in the roots of this, the world tree, down under the watchful gaze of the dragon Nidhogg. Find this, my child, and return it to its rightful resting place, and you shall be rewarded.
And why on earth should I trust you?
Not on Earth, girl. In between. My soul is gone, and how it fares, nobody knows, and nobody cares.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's listen to what he has to say and go do it, I guess. Oh, here's the other thing that freaked me out. The, you know, the weird hung guy is pretty scary. But, the imps freak the shit out of me. All they do is they just, like, follow you around and they make weird noises. But yeah, these things used to freak me out too. I did not like them. They're kind of crazy though. Look at that. I played this game, I think, in 2000. Yo, nope. I think I played this game in the year 2000, which I would have been 10 years old at the time. It's possible I could have played it in 1999 when it came out. I don't remember. It was brand new. I don't even think it was like a greatest hits or anything. So, it was fresh on the market, and Angel of Darkness definitely didn't come out yet. Kind of reminds me of the Demon Kids. Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they do. From Silent Hill 1, they do have that kind of look to them. And what sucks in particular about this section is that you don't have any weapons. I mean, it sucks in that like it's freakier that way. The works has its own like level design and everything. I'm not saying that oh she should have had a gun, but it just doesn't. It makes it like all the scarier to get through. It's just like all these enemies where you can't do anything with them. I was kind of lamenting the fact that you couldn't do anything with the rats in the previous level. You can't even, like, even if I did have a gun for this, I wouldn't be able to, like, shoot the rats that are chasing after you. Like, swarm enemies or something you can't do anything about. You just kind of have to wait for them to go away. Let's kind of look over here and see if there's anything I can investigate, but I guess not. Looking at the cutscene with the Hanged Man also, oh man, I don't want to say they ruined the lighting. The lighting looks fine with the remaster, but it does look a lot better in the original. There's something about the skybox, like those deep saturations with the color palette. It just works better with the original, I feel, than the remaster. But the remaster looks fine. And if I ever switch, it's mostly out of curiosity. I'm not like super intending to play for a long period of time. What the hell? That should work. I can't even like jump and turn in midair. There's like an invisible wall blocking me. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get down there somehow, but I guess you can't just like do it the most obvious way. I did see when I was looking through the achievement list that there was something about like not taking damage from the imps, but oh well. Guess that's not gonna happen. Can interact with the boards, but I need something first. It's that tiny little house. Maybe that's where the imps live. I hear them too. They're around somewhere. Look, there's one. Shit. They can like prevent you from moving too. It sucks. Okay, what is that? That is a pitchfork. Can I use that by default or what's going on? Let's see if I could use it on the boards. Nope.
No.
We gotta use it with something. That's where we came in from, so not that. I know you can get in there. I don't get what this deal is with the like invisible wall blocking you though. There's like a particular way you have to jump in or something. I don't know. Okay, there's another dead end. Camera keeps focusing on it too. And then you don't really get an opportunity to kind of like experiment with it because the little imps are chasing after you. So it's like, what do you do? Okay, here's this. At least we found something. Ah. Oh, there it is. I was like, there's the music sting, but what is it? What's happening? The bats take a second to come out, I guess. Go, get out of here. Oh, here it is. You have to jump from like a super tall height. Like, even though you could totally get in there from a lower height, they're like, nope, you gotta go up one level. Alright. Fair enough. Let's see what we got. Something behind me? Oh, yes, there is. And what's down here? Nothing? That's what it's looking like. Oh, was that a trick? Son of a bitch. I was gonna say, it looks like the path continues on down it further ahead, but I was gonna say, I bet you this little part here is just where you catch your breath, you know, if need be, but nope, it's not even that. It's literally just there to, like, trick you. What is this? She can't get out of that. Look at that bike! Wow! It looks pretty good in the original, too. It's a cool bike. That bike is the best looking thing I've ever seen in the Tomb Raider remasters. Why does it look so good? They buy it off of something? Okay. Well, apparently we have to drop in from that spot further up. But for now, I guess let's take a look around here. Oh, this is the opposite end of what we saw before, where we're getting, like, swarmed by the rats. Okay. There's the bike. Alright, what is this? What secrets will we uncover? I don't even know what that is. It's a rubber tube. Oh, are we making a slingshot? It's a catapult. Okay. If we have that, then we need ammunition for it. Why is there a fire going on up there? I guess that's all for show. Now, why do they model all that? What the hell? There's nothing resembling that in the original. It's just completely walled off. I guess basically just to provide a light source. Them and their logical light sources. Okay. This is weird. I think maybe we might not even need to have ammo for this thing on hand. I think maybe she just grabs a rock where you're supposed to use it, and I think where you're supposed to use it, I'm gonna make a save here, but I think where you're supposed to use it is where we saw those boards earlier. Are the rats back? Son of a bitch. Yeah, I think it's where we saw the boards earlier. We just have to go back there and then basically use the catapults in the area that has a hand icon, and then it'll start up a little cutscene or something. Let's see. There it goes. It's like she could totally crawl underneath the boards or through the cracks or crevices or something like that, but no, we have to use the catapult, the slingshot, to do whatever it needs to be done in there. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, now we have that, which I don't know what that is. Iron Clapper. I don't like that music. We have a torch, but no light. Oh, that's dumb. She can't pick up or interact with objects while she's holding a torch. Alright, pick it up. Here's a light. I don't know if the torch is literally just used to illuminate dark areas, or if we can actually use it to ward off like the little imps or something. Probably we'll have I think we need to maybe light something on fire. I seem to remember doing something with that. What's this? It's a little underground path. There's something over here. Okay. That little divot there, this little niche, I'm pretty sure something goes in there and then it maybe opens up these doors, but... I don't see anything for now. I'm gonna go ahead and toss the torch down here. Alright, go away. Goddamn. Just more cum. Alright. I see. Nothing but bats. Oh, okay. So those are the roots. And I think there was some note about the, whatever. Let me see. Can I interact with it? Yes, I can. There you go. Now we have the heart.
Go back to your slumber, son. This is but a child, and she shall not cross your boundary, as you shall not cross ours.
Come closer, false prophet. It is easy to be brave from a distance.
I am here now, and I have a gift for you. You can cantankerous old worm.
Curse you, priest! If you live till doomsday, you shall burn a week longer than the world, I swear!
Iron, never found a demon yet that doesn't burn at its touch.
What was in the hole?
In the... Never mind that. What on earth are you doing here? No, don't bother. We'll get onto that later. Right now, we need to get you out to somewhere safe until the morning. That's assuming you'll stay in one place, young lady.
Nothing with demons, right?
Well, I can't promise anything in this godforsaken place. I light the way and go on ahead to clear out any unwelcome guests. Now, once you're out, head to the chapel, over the bridge. I'll meet you there. I'm forgetting me manners. Don't speak to strange things. And if there's anything around, and trusting the skills in this area, there shouldn't be. Iron Girl. Use iron to repel them. See you up top. Keep your wits about you.
I'd say they probably should travel together, but I guess, you know. He's like, oh, go ahead and clear the way. But it does seem a little bit risky just to leave her to her own devices. Go and collect my torch. Although I'm going to have to drop it every time I want to pick something up. And be careful about where I drop it too, because I might end up picking it up again. They kind of messed up her proportions a little bit, I feel. I think the remaster model is a little bit bigger. Bigger in relation to the, you know, the original classic model. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess that's it for the torch. Remember what you were taught to be cautious, and cocaine and meth have their uses. I suppose they do. I don't think that's what the priest told us, but okay. So we were back here with the niche. I think that's where the heart goes. Let's see. Yep. It is indeed. Oh, here they come. Laura, hurry! Stop staring at the heart. Ah! She's just taking her time. Oh, she did have the iron clapper, didn't she? Iron girl. Iron. What what happened with those two? Are they supposed to be there? They're just dancing around in a circle. Oh, now they're leaving. Although, if it was me, I would have just kind of beat him over the head or something with the iron clapper and still just, like, hung on to it, because who knows? We might need it again. You ever think of that? I guess she's not super experienced. It's not like the crowbar where she has it in her inventory the entire time. She'll learn to carry stuff. Whoa, that was scary. I didn't expect her giant face to just pop up.
No.
No. That's not what I wanted. Ah, we're in the church. Okay, he touched that thing. And he's gone. Well, that doesn't help me at all. These gigantic pews. Okay. I was thinking, whoa, what is that? I was thinking maybe I can... Wait, that wasn't the original. It's like a skeleton cosplaying as like a sheet ghost. Why is he there? I was thinking I could move this thing, but I guess not. I don't know what it is. It's like a holy water sieve or something. What do these do? It's like those big buttons in underneath the Sphinx in Last Revelation. I'm guessing we need to maybe push those in a particular order. There are these... I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a... Okay, I see it now. I thought it was a bowl from the front, but no, I guess it's a skull. It's big patterns that look like skulls, but I don't know. I don't think they have anything pertinent for us. Let me go back to the big buttons. Maybe if I push them in a particular order. There's only 3 of them, so there's only so many combinations. You would think there would be like an actual order, though. I didn't hear anything. My assumption would be that there was like something to tell us what order we need to press them in too, but it might just be like try it until you get it. Because I didn't see anything. Still haven't heard anything. Both the doors are still closed too. And the fact that there's the... Did I do this one already? Going all the way to the other side? The fact that there's like that sieve right next to the buttons too almost tells me like there's something we need to do with it, but I have no clue what it would be. Okay. I think I've tried most everything except for middle, left, right. If it wasn't middle, left, right, then I did middle, right, left. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was just like try it until you find the right combination. Again, there's only 3 buttons and you can only press them like one after the other. So it doesn't leave for like a whole lot of options. You just gotta brute force it. But if there was like something actually indicating which ones we needed to press. Holy shit! I didn't see which one it was. So, oh my god, they killed me. Alright, well. It's a good thing I quick save then. No! Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The skeleton in the robe touched this. I guess I maybe should too. Oh, hey, that thing. That was used in the sound test for... Why did it make that noise? It was used in the sound test, I think, in Last Revelation. Maybe it was this one. I don't know. Yeah, I had the music clip for the skeletons, just in case. In case they popped up. You never know when a skeleton's gonna come and assault you. There's that little music clip, though, and it's in the original game. I think it's in the original Chronicles, but they don't have it anymore. And I don't remember it being used in the actual game. But when she picked up the bass and it did like that little tune, da, 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 it used to be that when you went to do sound tests or change like audio properties in the options, there'd be like a little, it was like a CD player or a portable radio. And when you checked like the audio levels for like music or whatever, that would be the sound that popped up. But I don't think they have that anymore. What the hell? Why is it why did they pick that clip of everything? Like a sound effect, like a gunshot maybe? But no, it's this very belabored Lara like grunt. Okay. Whatever you want, Asper. We got the bone dust. That's what we got, right? But what do we got to do with it? Oh, maybe the what's it? The holy water thing. Oh yeah, Half-Life 1's alarms. I should have checked that out last time I streamed it. Those were kind of funny. Okay, shit. It's like if I duck, can they still get me? I guess they can. Almost got grabbed by the ghoulie. Hold on. There we go. Back, ye demons. That actually do anything? The skeleton in cosplaying as the ghost is still in the chair. Oh, there they go. They start spinning out of control.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Okay, but what did that get me? Now, okay, the skeletons are gone, but did that open the door or something? Oh, it did. Okay. That's good. Oh no, more bats. I got assaulted by skeletons that can like cut me down in 2 hits. I think the bats are a bit of a relief at this point. But, oh my god. Okay, well I'm gonna assume we needed to do that. This is the labyrinth part. I remember hating this part. This is like the one part I could play because it wasn't like super scary and I could sort of figure it out too. Where's he going? He's like, he keeps shifting his head around like he's up to no good, too. He's like, uh-oh. Look around, make sure nobody's watching me. This is the labyrinth part. And I think the priest has a cutscene here where he literally calls this a labyrinth, and it was the first time I'd ever heard the word labyrinth, so it resonated with me because of that. But then also, I think within the same year, somebody in my family bought Labyrinth, the movie, on VHS, and that was the first time I'd seen that movie too. So it's like this game has a weird connection with the Labyrinth movie for me because of it. No, it's all decoration. I guess they're all caskets. Labyrinth, not a bad movie. I think I might like the Dark Crystal a little bit better, but still pretty good. I hear it's big in Japan too. I had also watched that somewhat recently. We were talking about the Terminator films, and I had streamed that for a group. I had also streamed Labyrinth for a group, but that was like a few years prior. Look at them smiling demons. Look how happy they are in the remaster. Yeah, they look a little more grim in the original. Oh, that lighting looks nice. I get the feeling like the ultimate goal is to go up, but I do get the feeling like there are other rooms we're supposed to investigate. We saw that the ghosts kind of went down here, but I don't know if that means... Let's see. Nope. Oh! That wasn't good. Okay. So she can't grab up top here, yeah. I was seeing if she can maybe kind of duck underneath and grab onto the panel there, but I don't think that's a possibility either. I think ultimately we might need to get up to this point. So like I need to go here, second to the maybe last height. But we need to rotate the gate thing around so that it gets us into a spot where we can actually cross that bridge. Which I might just be able to do by doing this. I rotated it once down from the bottom here, but okay, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. Now we're on the other side here. Where does this take us? Oh, it's a secret. Well, I guess that's nice. It's not what I wanted, but alright. 3 secrets in this area. I don't remember this being too large outside of just the labyrinth part. Okay. So maybe what I need to do is go up to the second tier again and then rotate it from there and then drop back down and then go all the way up to the top. We still do have access to the switch. Did I check out to see what was on the other side of this, though? What's over this way? Okay, so we can still access it. So there are 2 points where there's like a sort of elongated tower. I guess I missed that point. So maybe we could do it from down here, and then we just need to go back up to the middle from the other side. I get the feeling like I'm probably don't want to... There's only one entrance on this side, though. That's weird. I probably don't want to, like, spin from the same level that I already did previously. Because that would just, like, reset it to where it was initially. It seems like it's counterproductive. So go back out this way. We should be in a different spot. It's probably the spot with the pool in it, right? Yeah, there it is. So now we could go, maybe. Yep, we can access the tunnel that way and flip the switch. But if we go up to the second level... Okay, it's still blocked. But this is the L-shaped one, so if this gets us over to this side, what do we see in here? That's the standard one. And then if we go up a level, okay, it would still be blocked and no way to get up. So yeah, I think I still need to go to the secondary level. And, move it from that side. Shaxon, thank you very much. Welcome in. How we doing, everybody? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, guys. Jackson, you were streaming a little bit of Resident Evil Survivor. I saw a bit of it while I was setting up, but I don't think I've ever played any of the Survivor games. There's 2 of those, right? Those are like the, they're kind of, sort of, no, they're not rail shooters. They're not like the Umbrella Chronicles, but they're like, I think you can use them with like a light gun or something. The Survivor and Dead Aim, Survivor 4. Okay. Light gun games. Did you use a light gun? Or did you use... I think you can use them with a controller. You wish. Okay. Well, maybe next time. There's got to be a way you could do it. I've done very few light gun games. Controller worked enough. Yeah, I feel like it kind of takes the fun out of it, though. Especially if it's supposed to be like a light gun game. But, they do develop them on the side to actually play with the controller. However, yeah, the light gun stuff is a little bit hard to set up. Oh, hey, we solved it. I'm pretty sure there's got to be like a secret or something we can get to outside of that. What even is that? Oh, it's a book. But I remember doing a couple of light gun games, and I'm sure you could get it to register with something on like a PC if you want to emulate it, but I know people have done it for like Wii games and using a Wiimote. There's like some way they can get it to register. There might even be like a USB plug-in or something, adapter that they could do for that. I remember on my old PS3 with the Move, the PS3 Move, I was able to play some of the games they had on PlayStation Network, which were, I think I did House of the Dead 3 and 4. And there was that Dead Space. I think it was called Extraction. Those are all pretty fun. But I don't know if I don't think they had the Survivor games. Would have been fun if they did, though. But I'm sure they were interesting at the very least. A little bit of history to go through with them. House of the Dead was very fun. I think to date, what is it? House of the Dead 2 that doesn't have like a proper console port or anything, which is a shame. That's the one I always used to play. I think that was the one that was always at the arcades back in the day. House of the Dead 1 has a port, but I want to say it's like on a console. It's like a really rare copy. It's on a console that you wouldn't play anyway. I think it's like it might be the Saturn, It wasn't the Saturn, it was the Dreamcast. Whatever it was a pain in the ass. I remember my friend was always asking me about it. He's like, hey, if you ever see a copy of House of the Dead 1 on whatever, I think it was Saturn, he's like, could you like pick it up for me and I'll pay you back later? I'm like, okay, sure. I wasn't gonna do it, but it's like, I get it. But then I took a look on eBay for it, and people were selling it for like $500 or something. I'm like, nah, I don't think I'm gonna be seeing this one anywhere. So you're on your own. You think you're hand aiming screen to cover the camera? Oh, okay, yeah. I got you. Played so much of 2, but none of 1. 1, I remember one arcade had one down here, and it was only one arcade. Every other arcade, if they had a House of the Dead, it was always going to be the second one. I think I remember there was a House of the Dead 5. It had like some sort of 4D feature. This was like right as soon as stuff was getting phased out in terms of like arcades. There was Typing of the Dead, I guess, yeah. Typing of the Dead is an interesting concept, but it's not, I don't know. I guess I prefer to point a gun at the screen as opposed to just typing. But you can get a little fun out of it. What the hell, Laura? Get up there. But yeah, I think I've only ever played the original House of the Dead once. Because there was one arcade that had it, and for whatever reason they charged like an egregious amount. It's like $1 for that thing. It wasn't worth it. And then 2 was like super common. I think I have. Let me see.
This is the final battle.
There we go. Yeah, see? So common, we have sound bites for it. Works well, and the words I use for it are great. I remember watching a stream of it. I might have even played it at a friend's place once. But I think I've only ever done it once. I'm sure it's fine. I'd probably get a kick out of it, actually, if I attempted to boot it up. I feel like there was something I missed. Did I miss something? I was trying to do like a hand-over-hand spot. Yeah, this, but... Okay, something but death that way. What else is there? Is there something besides death? Oh yeah, there's a secret. Okay, that's alright. I guess we don't need a secret. Does it still count from that other one I got? Okay, 1 out of 3. So that would have been the 2nd out of 3 secrets, but I ain't gonna get it, because it seems like a waste of time. I'm pretty sure that one's available on Steam. Maybe if I ever get a hankering for some House of the Dead 2 type stuff, I'll pick it up. There was another one they had for console. I actually bought it a while back. I forgot that I got it, though. It was called like Overkill or something? I don't know. There was a point where I had my PS3 and I had gotten a Move because I think it was bundled with something. And the game it was bundled with... Oh, it was Resistance. It was Resistance 3. It was bundled with the big... like rifle stock. Holy shit, what is that? Oh my god. You're a little late on that music. Jeez. We needed the music sting a little bit earlier. It was bundled with Resistance 3, and I remember the game worked horribly with the Move. Resistance 3 was not a game that the Move worked well with. A game that did work well with the Move was Killzone 3, though. But I had gotten all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'll get all these Move games. So I got the ones that I had mentioned, like the House of the Dead, that were available on there, and they worked fine, whatever. But I was looking for other stuff that I can get, and I remember seeing that House of the Dead, but it was like Overkill or something like that. The game was next to impossible, I remember, with the light gun on there. I did not enjoy my time playing it. I should go back to it, though, because I only put maybe a couple hours into it, and then decided it wasn't fun with the Move, but maybe it'll be better with the controller, who knows. I think these little lights are guiding me. Maybe. That's where they are leading me to my doom. Alright, lights. Let's go down. Maybe I don't want want to do that just yet. Okay, never mind. It's safe.
Good Lord, girl, it's me. I've enough on me plate without you making me jump out of my skin and all.
Your hair.
What about me hair?
It's white.
Aye, that'd be right. I was detained by some unpleasant fellas from down below. Gave me quite a fright. That's why I wasn't at the chapel. But I can see you've kept yourself busy. Anyways, let's get you out of here and back to safety.
I think when I first saw that, I'm like, oh, that's something that could literally happen.
Right, young lady.
Like, you can get scared so bad your hair will turn white.
Now, you stay put, or you'll be banging into something that'll make your hair turn white. And we wouldn't be wanting that now, would we?
Father.
But I don't know if that's just a play on the expression or if there's, like, supernatural forces that, like, detained him, as he said, and then made his hair white.
To chain you to something.
It has protective symbols. Maybe you could use them.
Bless you for the thought, but I've enough protection from him above. And for that diagram to be any good, you'd have to draw it out and be sitting in the middle of it. And you know something? I've left all my colouring pens at home tonight. Now, you'd be doing me a big favour if you were to stay put before you bang into something bigger than you.
Stay put. Right.
She didn't need to look at the camera. You didn't need to look right at the viewer and break the fourth wall, but I get the enthusiasm. I don't even know if this is the way I need to go. I will actually save the game in a new slot, because who knows what's going to happen. I get that bestiary.
No.
I guess there's a point where we need to use it. I just don't know where. Oh, is this the church? Oh, I think this is like the one spot where they bring back the rope swinging mechanic. And I seem to remember it also being a huge pain in the ass. It's like they didn't make it any better from the fourth game. Oh, son of a bitch. Are they like throwing shit at me? What's going on? Oh yeah, they are. I saw the imps walking earlier, but I didn't think they'd be able to do anything about it. Alright, well that sucks. Stop it! You little cretins. Goddamn, they do a lot of damage. Oh, here's something. Anyway, I was gonna say, going back to the other stuff, oh, secret. I've never been so disappointed to find secrets in a video game before. It's just, like, does not... it doesn't have the most reward for getting things like this that are hidden. Thank you for the raid. Was that Ramblin' Voice? Yes, it was. Thank you very much. Angel of Darkness. I know you beat Chronicles last time I was in your stream. I think we raided you as soon as you finished that up. How you liking AOD? How's TR6 treating you? I hear Benny was in here a minute ago. Benny's a avid Tomb Raider streamer. He was doing the remastered. He apparently ran into a glitch though that prevented him from making progress in the game, and he was like, "Well, we'll check it out after they patch it." But I don't think they patched it yet, so I don't know what they're doing. I don't think this game's gotten any patches. Certainly a Tomb Raider game. I actually like a lot of what Angel of Darkness does. I think, oh wait, we didn't want to go back that far. I think it has a lot of ambition, and you can see if you look at the production materials for it. Once again, that wasn't the save. When you take a look at the production, it was the only Tomb Raider game from Core where they actually made like a Bible for it. They had write-ups for the characters. It feels like a step backwards, really. Wow. They had write-ups for the characters, to kind of like, you know, backstories, and then like the whole agency and everything, the driving forces, the bad guys, as it were. So much detail put into them. But yeah, the problem with Tomb Raider 6 was that it had a rush development. They had so much they wanted to implement. You could tell that Core really wanted to make their first game on the new, you know, next generation platform be something special. But they were rushed by their publishers to meet the deadline for the DVD. It wasn't even the actual movie, but it was the DVD release for the second Tomb Raider film. So they ended up having to push that game out a lot faster than they would have liked. And unfortunately it shows. The game was super glitchy. There was a lot of half-baked areas, game mechanics that were meant to be implemented, such as like an RPG stat building system that did not. However, I think comparatively, like the level design is so much more natural than a lot of the previous Tomb Raider games, and you could tell they were getting better and better with each installment. But I would say, like, at its worst, level design from Tomb Raider was probably like Tomb Raider 3. They had it like super simplistic with the first two, and then the third one they just like went a little bit overboard. And then TR4 was super confusing in some areas, which wasn't great. And then TR5, it's like things started to finally come to a head. I think with the level design is simple, but it actually worked. And then TR6, I felt like a lot of the level design in that game actually was implemented quite nicely. It's just that a lot of the mechanics and stuff that were meant to be built around it didn't end up working out. Let me dismiss this. I'm going to need to use this too, because I need to read through chat. I respect the ambition. Awkward teenage game stuck in the middle. Music visuals really good. Actual gameplay very rough. Beginning of AOD, not your cup of tea. Near the ghetto, actual tomb feels better. The actual tomb is a little bit better until you start getting into the puzzles, and then I think the puzzles don't exactly pan out the way we probably would like them to. Honestly, so when I first played that game, I'd never played it before. I first played it on stream, and I did it on PC, the PC version with the Rescued mod pack, which is like a mod bundle with a number of different fixes. It implemented some of the mechanics that weren't present, such as like the dual pistols that weren't even in the game. So there were things like that that kind of got fixed. There was a couple lighter issues that they were able to work. Some of the constant like crashing that was very prevalent in the original version was patched up. So there was a couple nice-ish things about it, but it was still pretty rough around the edges. But I want to say it was pretty playable. I didn't really have a problem with the Paris sections either. You can kind of tell what they were doing with like the dialogue trees and stuff. They were trying to make it sort of more RPG-like, I think. God damn it. But yeah, it was a different take. I think with the game sort of being half-baked, and then at the same time it just being different compared to other Tomb Raider games, it didn't exactly pan out the way they would have wanted it to. What's going on here? The lack of polish definitely, I think, is where it hurts him the most. She can't turn that corner, goddammit. I think we tried that earlier, too. I might need to go back that other way and see if there's something else back there. Before I could do this, I guess we'll find out. Let me just see. But yeah, like the nightclub section and everything, I didn't have a problem with that. I remember watching, before I even played the game, I remember, I don't watch like a lot of reviewers, but I had seen like AVGN cover the Tomb Raider series, and I remember that was like the big one that he like finished on. And I remember him complaining about like the nightclub section and how difficult it was. I played the original PS2 version relatively recently, like a couple months ago. Somebody had redeemed channel points for me to play it. Mythical, if you're still here, that was you. And honestly, I did the whole Paris section up until underneath the Louvre, I think is where we got to. And I didn't have any problems with it. I didn't have any like collision detection issues or, graphical errors, anything like that. So I don't know what problems he had with it, but I thought it played fine. It was just like in an urban setting, which isn't new for the Tomb Raider series. They've done urban environments several times over, but the sort of the new controls, I think, were a little bit of an issue. Didn't mind the club. Yeah, I remember in particular, I'm like, when I first played the game, I'm like, oh boy, here's that club. I saw this on AVGN. He was saying it was a pain in the ass, and, the stuff wasn't working right, and she was slipping off stuff, and I didn't have any problems with that whatsoever, so I don't know. But I didn't play the original version past like the sewer Louvre section or the Louvre itself, so all that, I don't know if that was any better or worse in its original format. Okay, so you just didn't like it stylistically. I get it. Stylistically, it is a big change of pace, but to be quite honest, I don't really have too much of a problem with that either. Because eventually they do end up sort of going that route anyway. And it's like, I think comparatively, compared to the original games, it's a bit of a departure when you have a bunch of like dialogue trees and like sort of RPG-ish type mechanics. But then when you compare later on to, god damn it, some of the future games in the series, which, I think hardcore Tomb Raider fans don't appreciate as much, and then like more casual fans like it fine. But you can definitely see that there are more mechanics that are in line with what AOD originally had brought to the table. Maybe not to the same degree, but it was something that got a little bit more standardized. But yeah, I didn't really have a problem with it. It felt, I don't know. When I replayed it, it was fine. I guess I knew what to do, but I guess going in blind, it was probably a little bit confusing if you didn't know who to talk to or anything like that. I'm sure the map was hard to navigate to. Scoob, thank you very much for the raid. We got another raid. Thank you, guys. Welcome in, Scoob. How you doing? You were doing War Robots Frontier. Oh, that was the one you were talking about earlier. I'm like, I don't know what that game is. You're telling me about it, and I didn't know what it was. Was it on PlayStation, like, Network? Did they give it out for free or something? But yeah, ultimately, I mean, I can see where Angel of Darkness is a mixed bag just from a stylistic point. I would say it fails more on a mechanical front, especially with a lot of the mechanics that they meant to implement and then just didn't end up getting around to. But a lot of the stylistic choices I didn't really have a problem with. I get that. I guess I'm forgiving of it because of its age. They're like drab and empty. It like, I don't know. I didn't really have a problem with it on that end either. I thought it was okay for PS2. And it was a little bit earlier in the PS2's life cycle as well. When did that game come out? Like 2001, 2002, something like that? So, I don't know. I guess comparatively, when you look at some other games, like Kingdom Hearts was 2002, as we recently replayed on the stream. And that game, for the most part, I mean, it's very limited, I think, maybe even compared to Tomb Raider. It looks really good, though. But I don't know. It was Core's, like, first foray into something a little bit more than what they had done previously. And they were never really good with, like, the visuals in the first place. Their primary, like, talents were in level design and game mechanics. The Womb Raider himself. Yes, Scoob, thank you. How was the game? How was War Robots? You were telling me that it was pretty good. I've never heard of it, though. It's like in the middle, not quite a PS1 game. Yeah, it's in that unfortunate era where it was just like turn of the century, actually, where it was just getting into the 2000s, and it's like they were an experienced developer, but they kind of only had experience with the one type of genre, and it's like they were trying to implement some new stuff without actually bringing in a lot of people that knew how to do that. And besides, it was kind of like a new frontier anyway. So it was hard for them, I think, in that transitional period. And I bet you if they had some, you know, if it was a bigger studio or they had somebody more experienced, they probably could have got it done on time, but that even would have been hard to do as well. You like it? Nice break from Suikoden before you start 2? Yeah, an RPG overkill. But it is nice to have a little bit of a change of pace. Maybe I gotta jump up here. What is this? To be quite honest, as much as I've been chatting, we've been talking about like Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness and the pros and cons of it. I have not exactly been focusing on what I need to do with this level here, so it's like... I'm sure this could be going a lot better than it is. But yeah, I'm still not sure what I need to do here. I know that there's like this portion over here. We eventually get to that spot, but I need to know how to like get there. That's the problem. Well, the only real Tomb Raider is Angelina Jolie, yeah? You a fan of those movies? We were just talking about one of them. I guess we were talking about a couple of them. That might have been off stream though. I was talking with some people about it off stream. We might have talked about it on like during one of these previous streams though. This level was fun, yeah. You know what? I didn't even see that the rope was that close. Maybe I could jump onto that. I think it is. I think it's, yeah, it is. Son of a bitch. I thought it was, I saw it in the camera pan, but I didn't look for it when it was here because I thought it was deeper in. I didn't think it was as close as it was. She raided Brad's tomb and took all his treasure. Made off with his dignity. Ah, poor Brad Pitt. Alright, finally, we made it. When I've had a moment to concentrate, the solution reveals itself. You're just making a joke at Brad Pitt's expense. The first movie wasn't bad though. The second one was god awful, and I never watched the reboot movie. We did talk about it. We talked about it when I was wrapping up with Tomb Raider 4. That's when it was. Poor handsome bastard. You're sure the single life is awful for him. Yeah, but I'm assuming that she probably made off with a chunk of change, too. Yeah, it's probably for the best, I would think. Again, I've never seen it, but I can probably attest to it not being that great. My reasoning always was, why would I want to watch a movie that covers the exact same story as the video game? Like, if I want to re-experience that story, I'll just play the game. I guess it's more concise, but like I'd rather just play the game. But yeah, it never appealed to me. And I have sped through it a little bit. You prefer the reboot, really? Girl's too skinny though. Do you remember the game though, Scoob? No, I think you said you liked the game. Have you played that game since release? Probably not. You don't replay games a lot. That game was very annoying. Like, and I don't mean like mechanically the game was annoying to play through or anything. The game was boring to play through. And it had way too many sequences where you're like, oh no, I'm sliding down a hill. Let me dodge these vines that are shooting up out of the ground. But the characters and the writing and the story and the dialogue were very, very annoying. I played through that game again 3 years ago, and I was like ripping my hair out with how much I hated everybody every time they were on screen. I could barely tolerate it. It was really bad. And then when I did my overall review for like all the titles, I'm like, yeah, reboot's definitely on the bottom. So it's like I didn't like the story in the first place. I wasn't even going to like harbor the thought of watching a film of it. I think I know what I need to do here too. Hold on. Maybe. I need to go in like backwards, I think. If that even works. Okay, maybe not like that. Hold on, we'll get it in a second. Better gameplay. I can't consent to that. I would much rather the core gameplay any day compared to any of the reboot games. I need to figure out, I think I need to go in backwards, because what I need to do here, unless I can grab up onto this thing, I don't think I can. Now, Shadow's story was shit, and I thought Rise's story was fine. Rise was the one that I felt was closest to the original games in terms of tone, so I didn't have a problem with it. In fact, I liked Rise. Out of the original trilogy, I actually felt like that one was comparable to some of the older games. But you're talking only reboots and not core? Well, oh look, there she did it. We can't all be perfect, Scoob. This game requires a degree of perfection, I think. Let's see. There it goes. Okay, that's what we needed. I think. Let me do a quick save here and see if that actually helps me. Oh shit, okay. No, it didn't. I thought maybe that would be it, but I don't think so. Too much of the Survivor trilogy, just on rails, levels exploding while you hold forward on the analog stick. That was definitely, it's less apparent as you go through the series in the Survivor trilogy, I guess as people call it. It's more present in the 2013 game for sure. The 2013 game was the most egregious in terms of like everything bad about the reboot trilogy and like, you know, the later Crystal Dynamics reboot trilogy. It was, it had, as I said, all the sliding mechanics, super dialogue heavy. Everyone was way too melodramatic. It had a lot of those like parts where you're super on rails and you know, you basically, as you say, you just have to press up on the analog stick and that's about it. Every once in a while you got to press the X button to jump, but those moments are few and far between. But yeah, that one was the most egregious, and then once you get into Rise and then later on Shadow, it's less that. So I really think it's harshly applicable to the 2013 game, and then the rest of them are okay. They're fine. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of challenge there. I mean, most of the challenge comes out of shooting people, unless like trying to figure out puzzles or anything like that. I tend to prefer a blend of, when it comes to Tomb Raider, like a blend of puzzle and action. And, you know, the action wasn't ever anything too spectacular in the original games because, you know, you had auto-aiming and everything, but it, you know, it almost kind of had like a point-and-click kind of adventure feel to it when you tried to, like, figure out certain items to use and, like, platforming puzzles like we're playing right now. Lara Croft Go is the pinnacle. Oh. I got a Go fan. Looking forward to it. Are they like remastering it or something? Oh, there we go, finally. Shit. See, that's what I saved. There we go. It's on Steam? Okay. That and like the Hitman Go were on, they were like mobile games, weren't they? They were like iPhone games to start with. Isn't there another spin-off people hated? What? Like the only spin-offs there are Temple of Osiris and oh god, what is the other one? Guardian of Light? I have both those games and I played them, and they're just like they're not like my favorite type of game. Like, I don't know, they're like isometric sort of action puzzle games. Not really something I dig too much. What the hell's going on with this? It's been a long time. We were talking about when I had the PlayStation 3 and I had gotten the Move. That was kind of around the same time where I attempted to play those games, and I played them both for about 30 minutes, and I was like, I think I'm good. I could always go back to them, but yeah. Son of a bitch, do I actually need an item to like pry that out? She can't just take it? More fun in multiplayer? I didn't even know they were multiplayer. Well, I guess the Guardian of Light makes sense. I think it's that one, because you have that other guy to work with. Yeah, most games that have a multiplayer aspect to them tend to be more fun. You're thinking of Relic Run, but it looks like people kind of like it. I don't know what the hell that is. Osiris is 4-player? Okay. Yeah, it tends to be that if a game has a multiplayer aspect to it, it usually be more fun. And I'm not a multiplayer gamer. I do much more single-player stuff, so be hard-pressed to find me doing anything multiplayer. Even a bad game is fun with friends. Sometimes, yeah. So I can't get that thing. We need to... Oh, shit, I guess I need to go back on the rope. Maybe I need to get the torch. Relic Run is mobile slop. It's just a Temple Run clone. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. It's probably just them trying to capitalize on whatever. Shit, well now I need to like drop back all the way over there. I remember there was that, and I remember there was something else that Crystal Dynamics put out for phones. It was like a remake of the first game, but you had to like pay for lives or something like that. I don't know. That didn't seem too appealing for me, especially when I have like 8 different versions of the original game that I could probably preferably play over it. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I could spend money on replaying the game on my phone, but, you know. Why? But, I don't know. Simple phone games like that, like, it's amazing as much as phones can do. It's like... Still, people play, like, the simpler stuff. Like, there's still people that play, like, I don't know, what am I thinking of? Like, the fruit game. I don't remember what it is. But shit like that. Oh shit, that's not what I meant. Oh. Accidentally hit save instead of load. That's alright, we go back to this. I was never really big into phone games. I've done, like a Metal Gear I remember a friend having, and it was like the old Metal Gear, like the super old, like the MSX or NES Metal Gear game. And it, yeah, it was alright. I'm struggling to think if I ever even had like a mobile game myself. Every time I played one, it was always a friend's. Candy Crush was the game I was thinking of earlier too. But it's like, I don't find that stuff fun. Like those little, like, pattern clicker games and stuff. It's like I've never, I don't know. I get why people like them. It's just I've never found them fun. Grandmas go hard on Candy Crush, yeah. I think a lot of middle-aged people do, unfortunately. My mom was playing Candy Crush for a minute. I know in the latter days of like Opie and Anthony, those two radio hosts that were syndicated like nationwide, like before their big split up, I always heard that Opie was like a big Candy Crush player. Like he didn't want to associate with anybody in the studio, but he would always be on his phone playing like Candy Crush or some shit. Well, sounds like that's what cool people do. Ah, here we go. She wants to be a grandma. Yeah, I haven't made that happen yet. Maybe someday. Maybe never. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Once again, I messed it up. I was trying to read that too. You give many a shot. Never hit for you. I'd rather just play a real game. Yeah, and it's like there are real games that are available on there too. I've tried to do stuff like this is what I want. Let me just do that real quick before I forget, because every time I'm like trying to think of something and talk on stream, I always hit the wrong damn button. It's not my fault. It's too much. I can't operate as this many buttons and talk at the same time. But anyway. Yeah, I've tried to put like real games like on the actual. I tried to do Fall Guys on the you know, which I guess maybe some people won't even consider that like a real game. But I did try to put Fall Guys on my phone, and it installed and it never worked. That was like the one I was willing to try recently, like within the past couple of years. I'm like, oh, there's like this mobile Fall Guys thing. Why don't I give it a try? And then it would never work. I was always disappointed. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. This is the only thing I would have played. Damn it, I was looking at chat. Thought about trying mobile, Chrono Trigger on mobile. Also, mobile gaming is so massive in Japan. What are your favorite RPG series have gotten phone games? Yeah, and that's been going on for a while. I mean, I remember Final Fantasy having mobile games. Like, there was that one that covered, like, the Turks and stuff. I'm like, oh, I would love to play that, but it's Japan only. I think people have ported it, but it's probably a really bad game, to be quite honest. Probably sucks, I would think. But it does have, like, those little tidbits of stories, and this is back before, like, the remakes and everything, so it was, like, the, you know, little bits of story that we could get. But yeah. You play most of Dragon Quest. I'm sure, well, you could run emulators. I know I've seen guides on how to set up emulation for like old games on phones. I've never done it myself, but I figure it's common enough practice where people could do it relatively easily. So it's like you can't do it through like the typical methods. You probably have to use like particular APIs and have certain emulators running and shit, but I'm sure it's not easy per se, but it is possible. But like the ones that are actually like marketed and run for you know, modern phones, it's like they don't feel like a traditional game. There's always like some, and I get why they do it, obviously, because it makes money, but there's always like some money grubbing factor to it. Square's actually published games? Okay. See, I didn't know that. There's something to this. I don't know, like, it's really random. I remember this being a problem in the original, too. And I know Scoob is giving me shit. He's like, oh yeah, this looks so much fun. This game is not the best in the series. This is well beyond that point where, like, Core had kind of just, like, given up. And they're like, well, this is the next one before we have, like, the real game. So this isn't a good example, but this was one I remember where this particular jump, it's like right on the corner there. Sometimes she gets it and sometimes she doesn't. It's like really hard to get. Otherwise, this game mostly works fine. You know, Kuni, Octopath, Atelier, Suikoden, those are all on mobile now. But are they actual, like, games, or do they have, like, some gacha aspect to them? That's the big thing about Japan, is that, like, a lot of those games will have, like, the gachapon system, and it's like, oh, you want this, that, or the other? It's like, well, pay up, and you'll get a random roll, and maybe you'll get it. Alright. I guess. I mean, gambling is very addictive, I understand that, but it's not for me. I've never been much of a gambler. Original titles? Okay. You don't care about, ports you could play elsewhere. Yeah, it's usually how it goes for me. Some may have gacha aspects. Also, someone in your chat said the teams for Chronicles and AOD were split, working both titles, which is why they're both in the state. Yeah, the core had kind of had a different division at the time because these games were both released in such a tight window, and the PlayStation 2 was relatively new hardware at the time, so they had more of their senior team. Like, this was more par for the course for them, so this wasn't like anything that required any hard coding or anything like that. So most of the B team was on Chronicles, and then the A team, for the most part, was working on Angel of Darkness. But, you know, they were working in a brand new field, and the B team couldn't exactly account for a lot of the stuff that happened, so it was like the worst of both worlds. I want to say maybe it was a height thing, like maybe I need to jump as soon as I get on here, but that didn't seem to be it either. I don't know. We had seen it before, but when I had just grabbed onto the ledge that one time, it's like it almost had like I had done nothing different. It just kind of like happened. See? I guess she slid backwards on the other side there, but that was like the only thing that was different. No, Chronicles overall isn't a bad game. There are some glitchy spots. This, that jump in particular, I do remember having an issue with that last time I streamed, like the original version of this, so it wasn't great. So there are some spots here and there that are pretty buggy, but for the most part, I think the game operates completely fine. The first two levels in particular, you know, I don't think there's really anything wrong with them. I don't remember having any issues. We just played them a second ago. There wasn't really any problems I had. Alright. No, Laura. Use the crowbar. There we go. Okay, so that's the chalk, right? Yeah. All that for some chalk. So we need to make the pentagram or whatever. What was the best way to get over there? This was my... the children, they yearn for the mines. Yeah, young Laura wants those chalk mines. This was my second Tomb Raider game, so I do have some nostalgia for it. And then I ended up coming to the conclusion that I actually think this game is funner than Last Revelation. Last Revelation was my first Tomb Raider game. And I used to love that one because I loved Ancient Egypt. But replaying it recently, it's got too many things that I think are detractors for it. And I just enjoy kind of the simpler format of a Tomb Raider game. It wasn't bad by any means, but, you know, there were some confusing parts that got a little frustrating with it. And I just kind of prefer the, you know, even Tomb Raider in its most linear of forms isn't that linear, but I do prefer Tomb Raider in a more linear format, as opposed to like City of the Dead and Alexandria and weird shit underneath the Sphinx. What's up, Critic? I seem to keep getting shot, yes. Oh shit. Is there not a way to get the torch out of here now? God damn it. I wasn't even getting shot. They were throwing rocks at me. But I guess since Lara's younger, that just causes maximum damage these days. Whatever. Let's make the damn pentagram. Get in there. I drew the picture. Okay, never mind. I guess it didn't work. Run, Lara, run! Also, you find replaying a lot of these old games lately, you do play more for the memories and the quality of the game sometimes. Oh, that's a nice trombone shot. Look at that. Taking some nods from Spielberg. Does that horse have a mask in the original? Bet your ass it does. Like, the memory of the time was 9 out of 10, and now it just doesn't hold up to a lot of stuff. I get that, and I get what you're saying. I don't agree most of the time. This game is probably better than I thought it would be in Chronicles' case. In Last Revelation's case, the problem with that one was that I skipped most of the levels. I had loved it because I had loved the aesthetic and I loved like the level design and the look and the story bits, and I thought it was like a creepy, cool game. But I never played the full game. There was a lot of stuff that was too hard for me, and I ended up using like a level skip cheat to get through most of the game. When it came to some of the other, like when I went back and played some of the other Tomb Raider games though, I thought they were too hard, so I didn't like them at the time. And playing through them now, when I could actually register what I need to do, these games are so much better than I thought they were as a kid. Like these, like some of the earlier Tomb Raiders, Tomb Raider 1 through 3, I probably would have thought, you know, maybe 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. These days, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, some regards.
Silence, ignorant heretic, or I behead you.
You can play these games for the first time without nostalgia and having a blast. They're very well designed games.
For the child has spirit. But what is that when this island is littered with the bones of holy men? My gift to them for their spirit in obstructing me from claiming my rightful inheritance.
And this inheritance, I wouldn't wonder, would be some way to explaining why you're walking and breathing when you should be gone long past.
The inheritance is the gift of eternal life, contained within an ancient scroll, concealed by the dullard abbot and his cohorts, a scroll which draws forth pale demon blood through my veins. I am no longer man. I am 1 foot in earth, and 1 foot above the gaping abyss of Hades.
So why stay on the island? Came for a holiday and fell in love with the scenery.
Yeah, the priest is very cheeky.
For want I slip it. Boils and blades plaster over this island and its treacherous inhabitants. For it was they and their pox-ridden abbot who plotted to incarcerate me in this dungeon hole for an eternity. I, Vladimir Kalita, who worshipped in the first Kremlin, who butchered the Swedes under Nevsky on the banks of the river Neva, incarcerated within this prison of flowing water.
Running water? You're trapped here by running water.
Demons cannot cross running water.
God's final trick before I was done so. And you shall find a way to shore up this stream, or your holy man shall be opened up and gutted like livestock.
Okay, now that the cutscene's over, let me go back and read chat. You also enjoy getting stuck on a puzzle and having to reason it out? Yes, puzzle solving is a big aspect. I do get a little flustered sometimes if I'm doing it on stream and I feel like I'm taking too long. I'm like, oh boy, I probably look like an idiot. But, you know, you need those synapses to fire. You need to figure stuff out on your own. I do think there's a certain level of joy when it comes to figuring out a particular puzzle. Also, Rambling Voice, thank you very much. I do appreciate the raid, and thanks for sticking around and chatting for a bit. Very cool dude. I will try to catch you on one of your later streams. But also, Scoob, you like playing Suikoden, absolute masterpiece of its time. You put it next to Yuden Chronicles today. Modernization really overpowers the classic. And you played Final Fantasy VI, your absolute favorite game of all time. And after playing Octopath 2, you really had its faults due to its age. I don't know if I can agree with that. I mean, to each their own, obviously. I think people will definitely like modernization and like, you know, quality of life changes for sure. For me, it's like, okay, let's go to the Final Fantasy series. My favorite Final Fantasy game of all time, Final Fantasy IX. I love the mechanics of it. I love the system. Turn-based combat's, you know, fine. I like turn-based combat games in general. And then, you know, we go up to modern day Final Fantasies like Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 16. And there's so many aspects of those games that I don't like. Yes, on a technical level, they're very much impressive. Beautiful visuals, beautiful voice acting, great music if they incorporate live orchestra, you know, world-class storytelling. But the gameplay, for me, is not fun, especially for a game that has to run its course over the time period of like 20, 30 hours or something like that. I can't do something like that for that long. And then let me see what you say here. Legend of Epiphany is actually the greatest game of all time, or was it the greatest game of all time at the time? So you think in terms of someone that asks you your favorite game, you'd say Final Fantasy VI. You'd caution them it wouldn't be the same experience. Might have had the greatest experience ever on the game at the time, but if someone played it now, you don't know what they'd see it the same way. I get it. I mean, I get it. I get that a lot of people are used to modern day mechanics, and here's the thing. We've talked about this a lot on the stream, but there's a lot of simplification of games these days. There's something called industry standards, which I feel a lot of people harp on. Industry standards would be something like, you know, the yellow paint, for example. The yellow paint in games gets a lot of criticism these days because, like, oh, it points out everything for you. Or, you know, you could even boil it down to other factors that help you navigate a map, like waypoints or something like that. These things need to be implemented into a modern game because in an older game, you wouldn't have as much visually going on. There's a lot of visual clutter with a lot of modern games, and you need something to kind of identify where you need to go or what you need to do. Now, you could do it in more creative ways than yellow paint, but that's you know, the industry standard. That's what most people do. So people like to complain about stuff like that. When it comes to modernization of mechanics, though, a lot of people like to copy other games that do similar types of gameplay styles. You have a lot of games that copy Dark Souls, for instance. There's not really a reason to need to do that outside of, you know, just it's the in thing. So you get a lot of modern games these days that I almost feel are creatively bankrupt because they're just trying to copy whatever's popular at the time as opposed to just trying to come up with their own thing. I feel like there's a lot more, it feels like there's a lot more diversity. And I know there was, depending on the generation, there was always going to be something that was copying that industry standard. You think back to like the Super Nintendo days, there was always like those 2D platformers. Most basic of games was always like a 2D platformer. But it felt like there was a lot more times where people were trying to do something a little bit different. with some of the older games, and it's like with the newer stuff these days, I see too many mechanics that get like copied over. Everything just feels kind of samey and boring to play. I think with, I don't know, like with those RPGs, you had mentioned like with Octopath, I couldn't get into that game. It was like, maybe the second one was better or something like that, but I played the first Octopath and I put maybe, I don't know, 5 hours into it or something like that, but it could not hold my attention. And I'd go back and, you know, I thought Final Fantasy VIII was a shitty game. I thought it was like bad before I streamed it recently. And I'm like, oh yeah, I would rather play something new as opposed to go back to like Final Fantasy VIII. But I just replayed Final Fantasy VIII a couple weeks ago. It was so much fun. I don't remember anything about it, but I had loved like the mechanics of it. Very different from a lot of like RPGs that I've gone back, like played either old school or, you know, newer stuff. It just felt like very refreshing. I've played a lot of modern RPGs, you know, like Octopath, that Atelier series. I played a couple of those. I can't get into them. There's something about it. Even that one that you played. There was one you were playing recently. I didn't play it, but I was looking at it and I'm just like, I don't know if I would get into this. You said said it was really good though, so I don't know. Could be wrong about it. It might be something different when you actually get to you know, play it on your own. Yeah, there's a personal preference, definitely not for everyone. You vastly preferred 2, you didn't finish 1. Alright, well maybe I'm just playing the shitty versions, I guess. There is something like, a lot of people play indie games too. And the way I see it with a lot of these indie games are just trying to capture the feeling of games that they liked back in the day. Because there's so many indie games that are just trying to replicate like an older gameplay style. And I'll play them, and like compared to the originals, I generally find them to be less fun or less preferable. I'm like, yeah, they get pretty close. You know, it almost feels like the game that they're trying to emulate, but not quite. And at the end of the day, I would rather go back and play that old game that, you know, they're basing the mechanics off of, as opposed to try and play like a copy of it that maybe implements something slightly new that the developers had an idea for. But I don't know. There might be something to it. I could just be playing the wrong ones, but there's so many games, I think, out there that have decent ideas, but their the implementation is either not all there, or, you know, they're just trying to copy something else, and, you know, there might be something else that does it better in my mind. But yeah, I play a lot of modern games, and there's so much stuff that I end up dropping after a few hours. Just can't get into it. And I would much rather go back and play some of the older things. Tomb Raider's changed so much over the years, I would almost feel like it's not fair. Let me see what's going to happen here, because I didn't think it would be. Good Lord, what does that look like? Okay. Oh. Smacked it over the head. Oh, surprisingly, we might get away. I think there's something we need before we can try to interact with that, but I need to figure out what it is. I don't have any items right now, do I? I got the bestiary and I got the crowbar. Yeah, you do a lot of indie games. Hollow Knight, Hades, Slay the Spire. Can't get into card games for me. That's never been something that I've been interested in. Hades I played until I got to the end once, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm good. There was promise of story, like after the fact, but the gameplay loop just did not attract me enough to keep playing. I probably put a good 10 hours into it, though. Hollow Knight I got bored with. It's like, you know, it's another one of those games. There's so many Metroidvanias, and in terms of like indie games, and I've played a fair grip of them, And a lot of friends know that I like Metroidvanias, and they'll get me like Metroidvania indie games. I'm trying to think of some of the names of them, but you know, I'll boot it up, I'll play it for a couple hours, and I'm like, yeah, I'd just rather play Metroid or Castlevania. That's how it is, like almost every time. Like I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I like the artwork and stuff, and some of this looks nice, but at the end of the day, I'd rather just go back and play the one that started it. There's something under here. What's this? You like big stories? Indie games are usually very gameplay centric. You are correct about that. I do again, indie games is one of those things where I feel like a lot of them are just trying to emulate stuff that the developers played in their childhood, which will start changing over time. I mean, I'm surprised we're seeing more games that are trying to emulate like PlayStation style and N64 style these days. Whereas, you know, 10 years ago, it was like so many indie games that were trying to replicate an NES, basically, or, you know, something around that time period. Maybe like a Super Nintendo or something like that. And now we're getting into indie games that try to emulate early 3D stuff a little bit more. But we might start seeing sort of more story-centric stuff as time goes on. But it does take a lot of indie games, obviously, usually start with very small developer teams, you know, a dozen people or something like that. It would be very hard to, unless it was like a visual novel or something like that, but to implement like a full story into a game that would be like satisfying like that. Usually you're only gonna get that from like a AAA. But yeah, you know, my ranting and everything aside, it's like, I don't know. That, like, I'm not one of those people. I usually like scoff at the idea of people that were like, oh, well, all new games suck these days. But at the same time, there are points to it where I'm like, I just can't get into anything new. It's like there's so much new out there, and you know, if it's like a favorite franchise of mine or something, I'll check it out, and you know, I'll probably play it to completion. But yeah, a lot of times there's just like so much stuff that I can't actually get into. No, actually, the early Tomb Raider games did not have a ton of story, and it's very basic ideas. It's funny you should say that, Scoob, because Indiana Jones actually copied this. Indiana Jones, obviously IP owned in terms of like the video games at the time, were done by LucasArts. LucasArts were like the great video game imposters of their day. They were so good at replicating other video games. And it's like when they made a Indiana Jones game around this time period, they copied Tomb Raider. They sort of implemented their own mechanics. Like the Indiana Jones games before that were point and click adventures, and the game that came out was like a mix between a point and click and Tomb Raider. But yeah, it was actually the Indiana Jones that was copying Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is actually a copy of Prince of Persia, and not even in a 3D format, because Prince of Persia wasn't 3D. In fact, when Prince of Persia made like their first 3D game, they copied Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider was very innovative for its day, but the movement system with like the grid-based, you know, kind of mechanics and the platforming, everything was taken from Prince of Persia and just kind of sped up a little bit. It was made where it was a little bit more free flow. And it's a shame that you're watching me play a game that I'm unfamiliar with, and you know, I'm streaming and talking at the same time, because it's going to look like, you know, boring, because I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm trying to reason out what I need to do, well, figure out what I'm talking about. But at its best, these games are very good, and they're very addicting to play, and it's just like a matter of finding out, you know, what you need to do and what you have, and you can kind of breeze through some of the sections with some ease. This heavily inspired Uncharted. I'm trying to think of what Uncharted, like in some regards, in terms of like a treasure hunting sort of gameplay aspect, I could see the Uncharted series maybe taking something from this, but Uncharted, God, what third-person shooter mechanics blended in with like QTEs and like rail sequences. Uncharted ended up inspiring a lot of later Tomb Raider games, as we said. The reboot series with Tomb Raider was obviously very heavily influenced by Uncharted, and gameplay wise, and also the Arkham games. There was aspects of Arkham Asylum that were blended into this. I need to do something with this bastard. Yeah, I think I just needed to get the coin. I think all I needed to do was wait for it to, like, move. I think that was literally it. Like, it needed to go back into the tunnel. Oh, shit. I thought because of the big cutscene that you wouldn't actually be able to do anything with it, but nope. That wasn't it. Okay, so now that we got the coin, maybe we can use that on the cage? I don't know. Oh yeah, it is the coin. Oh, the mer creature wants the coin. That's what it is. Oh god, look at those tits. I'd prefer never to see a pair like that in my life. I'm surprised they got away with that. A T-rated game. Of course, we saw some mega boobs in Final Fantasy VIII. I suspect that when it comes to the Final Fantasy games, or like the Persona games, or no, not Persona, Shin Megami Tensei, they specifically make all the the big boobs in those games at the very end because they know that the rating testers are not going to be playing that long. Oh no, they're going to kill it. Booba. I know. Even had nipples on that thing. Surprising. But I think they strategically place all those designs, like with the bare breasts and everything, at the very end of the game because they know that nobody's going to play that far. These days, I don't know, would rating testers like pull up game files? I would feel like it's harder to get away with these days, but I feel like back in the day, that was probably something they got away with just because of how late that kind of stuff would pop up in the game. Okay, so now that we got rid of the sea creature, I think we could probably go into wherever the sea creature was. I think we get into like the whatever that thing is. I know it's kind of a me problem, but going back to like the point of like a lot of indie games mostly just copying stuff that had happened before, it's like there's a number of indie games that I come across and I'm like, oh, that looks cool, and maybe I'll buy that or something like that, and I'll put it on a wish list on like whatever, GOG or Steam, or does PlayStation do wish lists? Probably not. But then sometimes I'll look at the wish list and like all the games that I go through, it's like they're all games that look like other games. It's just like all this like cyclical nature of shit. It's just like all the same crap. Like there was that one game that was basically like Mischief Makers. I remember that was on there, and there was another game that was basically like Star Fox. There was a game that was like Turok. There was a game that was like Metroid. Is like everything that I see that has like any kind of buzz around it isn't like new ideas. It's just rehashing of old ideas in a new format, yeah, but it's still like old stuff. Some of the newer things Scoop was talking about, like Slay the Spire, I mean, that's, I guess card games aren't exactly new, but I don't know. It seems like there's more innovation with that kind of stuff than there is like any other type of game. But at the same time, it's like it's hard to come up with something like completely fresh. So I get to a point where it's like it's not easy to do. If everybody could come up with a new idea, every idea would be like a $1 million making idea. But I see so much of the same shit just over and over again. Or just things that are like inspired by other things. Yeah, it was cool. I get it. You like something enough to try to replicate it, but I see too much of it. Oh, shit. I overshot. I think I lowered the water level, maybe? Let me see. Did I? What is this? Oh no, this is where I came from. Maybe I didn't lower the water level. I think that's where I came from. So there's this section. I guess that's an exit. Where did the part in the water go? Like, what is this? It's just like a dead end, maybe? Is there an item down there? Shit, I'm gonna have to check. As we've noted before, sometimes they hide items from you. Laura, do you have flares? I guess not. I'm not seeing anything. So I don't know what that is. Okay, so we can move that around. We can go up to the upper part here. Does that... Oh, wait a second. Does that open the door? I bet you that's what that does. Oh, wait. Ah, son of a bitch. That's what it does. Okay, we got another timed sequence on our hands. Okay, that wasn't right. So that's why I made the save. Oh, I'm surprised I got it. I was like, oh, I should have just forward jumped. No! Damn it. What a pain in the ass. I had that pretty perfect, too. Oh, shit, you can't do a forward jump. No! Maybe I didn't pull it enough. Okay, I can't see what it's trying to scare me with. Alright, we didn't even need to go to the upper platform. We just needed to, like, roll to the side. That was it. What's the purpose of the upper platform, then? You don't even need to go up there for anything. Okay. That stops the windmill, which stops the running water. And I literally think that's all you need to do. Maybe. I don't know. It looked like there were platforms that you needed to hop across. Alright, maybe not. Well, it does something. We stopped the windmills, so that maybe stops half of the water running? I don't know. I think that dead end that we saw is now an exit. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I think we're done with whatever we need to do here. So we need to go back. I think if it did stop, like, running water on the other side, maybe we have access to some other spots now. Let's see. We saw that there was this, it was all boarded up. No, can't do anything with that. I thought I remember there was something with him, like after you do the first portion, he like comes out and he's like, "Ah, you still got work to do, eh?" Guess not though. Okay, look, the water stopped running here, so I think we can access something. Let's see. Okay, so we can get to this. This is what we couldn't access previously. I'm gonna die, am I? Okay. Good. Where do we go from here? Ah. Okay, so this is where the platforming comes into play. I was like, I know I saw platforming spots up top. I just don't know what you needed to do with them. So here we are. There we go. Alright, making progress. Boy, that seems a little far. I think that's where we need to get to, though, because there's a little crevice or something. Oh, no, we can make it. Cool. We got it, we got it. There it is. Ye old crank. There we go, okay. So that stops the water mill, which should stop all the running water. And here he comes.
Your child has done her job well, and I taste freedom for the first time in an aeon. You will not now fear me, for you have served your purpose well, holy man. And for this, should I exercise mercy as a god might?
Now, that'd be nice, but I'm not holding me breath.
Yes, I shall spare you, and secure for you a fate worse than death. For when you pass beyond this world, heaven shall no longer welcome you, for you have released a demon.
Well, he didn't do anything, really. Laura, maybe.
From feckless lesser demons as yourself.
Father!
Ah, a child. I shall snuff out her life as a candle.
The book from the library. The names. Read out the names.
Better hope it's on the front cover. Okay. Oh, no, she's digging in deep.
Equiel, Arancula, Belial, Bucom, Beliath. Help me!
Keep reading, girl. You're almost there.
Chemos, Mustafa. Verdalet.
Oh, she was on the M's.
How is this? I move to strike, and yet cannot.
You've done well, girl. And before you ask, I'll tell you. The book you've got, I myself was looking for it, but as I couldn't find it, assumed you had it. And lucky you did.
But how?
If you name a demon, you have power over him. And you named him. It's your shout, Lara.
For this you shall burn for eternity! I shall drown you in a mire of your own entrails before I squeeze!
Be quiet.
What do you reckon we get out of this godforsaken place and go and get a nice cup of tea with Winston? Almost forgot. Would you be wanting to wave goodbye to our little friend?
Back to where you belong.
And you'll have learnt a few
Where did he belong, though?
lessons from that, I'd be thinking.
You'd be thinking right, Father.
Her curiosity was eventually her failing.
The path she chose was the path
The acting wasn't that bad, come on.
we should celebrate.
This game came out in 1999. Be forgiving.
For Von Croy, pursuing his inner demons, driven half
Just
madness in his
2 years earlier, we had the original version of Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. I'd say we've come a long way.
the infamous trophy room, and you will be
The priest is funny. He's the best character out of all these.
Yes?
Miss Croft did enjoy her little games. And here it is, gentlemen. The artifact which
Too late, Mythical.
animosity between Miss Croft and Von Croy.
You're feeling as old as I am.
In this terrible business.
Ah, the spinning bowls.
Okay, Miss Croft, I'm presuming by the lack of communication that you're in position, facing the Von Croy Industries building, right? Containing our little prize, the Iris?
This zip is the only zip that exists to me. I consider no other zip canon.
Time to switch roofs.
Switch roofs? Easy to say from the ground floor, wouldn't you agree?
Come on now, stiff upper lip, top hole and all that.
Jive talking. Hey, there's that watch. That watch was like a tie-in promotion with this game. It was like from Timex or some shit. I had one. I think I still might.
Yo, Jimi Hendrix is back. Laura, you there, Laura? Croft, you getting this?
Blimey.
Jeez, now that was a blast. What the hell happened?
Never mind, Yankee. I'm going in.
Once again, Big Laura. Center screen.
Okay.
I'm in.
See what you can do. Follow the vent to the main corridor. You come in at the 13th floor. Unlucky for some.
Unlucky for them. Any welcome party?
That's your job, girl. I ain't no X-ray vision superhero.
I'd noticed the last bit.
Ooh, you are so sharp you're gonna cut yourself. Just remember, the less attention, the better. You dig?
Thanks, but that thought had crossed my mind.
Just making sure you're on the ball, lady.
Enough talk. Contact me if you see anything.
Whew, that girl has got one bad attitude.
Oh god, get used to that noise. That's like the only soundtrack for this like entire chat. This is like the longest chapter in the entire game. And the soundtrack is this noise over and over again. Ass view. If you wanted an ass view, I could have just asked. Zip was used repeatedly in Tomb Raider. For whatever reason, he's like one of the few characters that they kept bringing back. I don't even think they brought back Winston. They should have brought back the damn priests, now that I think about it. But I didn't even bring back Winston or anything. It's like Zip, for some reason, is like the one character that they were like, oh yeah, we gotta get him. So when Crystal Dynamics did the reboot trilogy after taking over the game development from Core, they brought back Zip as like, and I hated it too, but they brought back Zip as, weird camera angle, as a like tech guy. There was like this big thing in the 2000s where like superheroes in particular, I remember like there was a bunch of superhero shows, like there was Smallville and what was there, like Green Arrow and Flash, and they always needed like a tech person on the side. Like the hero could never be solo. They always needed to have like some nerd sitting in a computer talking to them over like a telephone or earpiece or something like that.
You want to tell me what it's doing here?
And like for this instance, for this particular mission, it makes sense for Lara to need like a, you know, somebody on the outside helping her. But my god, did they ruin those games with as much talking as they had in them. It was so annoying to have Zip and Alistair, I think was the other guy. They were constantly in your ear.
But it looks like low-frequency laser weapons, limited range.
A little Space Marine-ish, yeah. They're like high-tech security guards.
I get the picture.
Basically, you don't want to mess with them. I think maybe they're susceptible to headshots. I don't know for certain, though. We also really need to be careful about saving here, because this is one of the still broken levels in this game. I know we had a bit of a glitch with the previous one, but this one, like, for sure can get stupidly broken to the point where, like, if you don't save frequently or in different spots, you could end up screwing yourself out of certain things and soft locking, or just getting kind of like glitched out of the game. So it's real fun. Jonah wasn't intrusive. The problem with Zip and Alistair when it came to... Oh, son of a bitch. I didn't even know that was going to be here. The problem with Zip and Alistair in the first reboot trilogy, the LAU trilogy as they call it, was they were just like constantly present. And one of the unique... maybe not unique, but one of the things that added to the tension for the Tomb Raider games was the feeling of isolation. And you don't get that feeling of isolation when you like constantly have somebody in your ear, like at any given moment. I feel like that was kind of a fault for like the Resident Evil series too, once they started like having mandatory like co-op partners or whatever. It's like the games even up to Resident Evil 4, and yeah, Resident Evil 4 had the like totally not codec sequences. But that aside, it was like you still had this feeling of isolation that made the game feel like creepy and, you know, tense. But as soon as you start forcing like a partner on there all the time, it sort of ruins that mood. Hey, what's up, Vale? Welcome in. They were your Navi? Yeah, kinda. Unfortunately. But that LAU trilogy, and it was more a case with Legend. Legend was the first game in the series. But Legend had... Did the camera fall? That was weird. What was that? I didn't press anything and the camera, like, fell. How did that happen? But anyway. Yeah, the Legend game had them talking to you all the time. All the time. And they wouldn't shut up. And I think maybe, I don't know, I mean, I wasn't really looking at reviews around the time or like the general consensus from fans, but I would, you know, I noticed it. I was annoyed by it. I would think that people probably would have said, yeah, this game is okay, but, you know, the dialogue can use some work, or, you know, these people talk too goddamn much. So by the time they got to some of the sequels, it wasn't nearly as much the case. Zip was still present, but he didn't talk nearly as much as he did the first time around. Is there anything I could do here? It'd be real nice if she could put on one of those suits. I think that was literally just so he could get the secret. They also showed it to us in the cutscene, that secret. It was kind of out in the open, but I don't know. I guess they didn't expect you to like go through the vents this far or something. It's weird. She's got a cat suit on, yeah, but it's not a heavily armored Space Marine suit. I think one has more advantages than the other. But yeah, this is the corporate espionage level. I remember thinking it was cool as a kid, but I never played it all the way through to the end. Streaming this back a few years ago and playing it like all the way through, maybe even for the first time. I don't know if I had gone through it traditionally the full way up until I streamed it that one time, but god damn, this level was infuriating. It's not fun. There are portions of this level that are okay, but we'll definitely see some bad points. You know, tune out habit with stuff like that. You remember all the Navi parodies? It's different with Navi because Navi just says, hey, listen, and it's easy to ignore, like not even a half-second soundbite. It's different when you have characters making light of a situation and just like constantly talking actual like human dialogue in English in your ear all the time. For every second you're like moving through a level, it's very annoying. But yeah, I never really had a problem with Navi. I remember all the parodies back in the day. I remember, you know, even there was like Powerpuff Girls or something like had a Navi parody, like, oh my god, why won't this fly shut up or something like that. And I was like, I never had a problem with Navi. When it's characters that are like speaking dialogue, and not just like dialogue, it was usually nothing super pertinent to the level. It was just like, it was like Marvel tier quips, and it was really annoying. And I don't know, I didn't find it fun. I didn't find it funny. I was just like, I'm trying to think here, maybe you can shut up. And I think they even started chiming in, like if you took too long on a puzzle or something. Like, I'm trying to look at this. And they're like, oh, maybe you should look at the thing on the wall. I'm like, yeah, I looked at that already. Shut up. I'll get to it when I get to it. But no, yeah, it's like that first game. Legend was really bad. I do not like Legend. Legend was like one of my least favorite Tomb Raider games of all time. It got better. Like, Underworld was I wouldn't consider Underworld one of my favorites, but it was certainly a lot better than the other one. Anniversary is kind of a pain here and there too. I didn't like some of the character changes to like the Lara and her story and everything. I almost had it. Oh lord. I'll see, that's why I saved. Okay, I should have done it that way. What's the better option? We're getting there.
Woo! You get a spider drop in there, and it's toast.
Find me some way to turn this off.
Don't get your knickers in a twist. I'm on the case.
What I have to work with.
Don't knock it, lady.
Only he can say that, by the way. He's got a pass.
More of those and less of the lip would be preferable.
The thing about Metal Gear Solid conversations, and you're saying you compare them to like an MGS conversation, the MGS conversations are isolated outside of the gameplay. And are they realistic? No, but they're a form of storytelling and exposition. So I take that more in line with something that, you know, needs to happen. I've never minded the codec calls in Metal Gear. Sometimes I think they go on a little bit long, but my suspension of disbelief was never shattered by the fact that the codec calls were happening for as long as they did. It was just kind of like an out of place, out of time moments of exposition. The problem when it comes to a video game with like Tomb Raider is like it's a very in the moment game. And I don't have a problem with it being unrealistic in Lara's case. I just have a problem with it, like, if I'm trying to do something or I'm in the middle of the action and the game does not pause when they're talking to you. They just keep talking. So it's more of an annoyance factor. I'm not saying it's realistic or unrealistic, and my problem isn't the realism with it. I never had a problem with the realism of it with people talking to you in Tomb Raider or in Metal Gear. My problem was the dialogue isn't written well. It's trying to be pithy, and it comes across as more annoying. and they're talking to you constantly while you're trying to perform. In a game like Metal Gear, the game pauses basically, and you're like in a moment of, you know, unreality where nothing's happening and you're not expected to do anything during those moments. But with Tomb Raider you are, and then it becomes a bit more of a problem in that regard. A bit more of an annoyance. But to each their own. I mean, if you like Zip and Alistair and Legends, you know, that's fine. I could see where people would like them. I just personally did not find them funny or entertaining, or they added anything to the game. My other point was that there was a feeling of isolation with the Tomb Raider games that ends up getting lost when you constantly have people in your ear. There is a bit of a feeling of isolation in the Metal Gear games in that regard too. It's like, you know, yeah, you have the codec sequences and, you know, people could talk to you at any point. What the hell? It didn't work the first time around, but then on the sweepback it does? That's stupid. Oh, son of a bitch. But you know that they can't, like, realistically do anything. And even though they can potentially, like, relieve the tension in some times, it's not, like, so much levity that it takes you out of the game. I feel like the dialogue with Zip and Alistair, it was, like, too much brevity, too much levity. It made light of the situation too much, where it made me feel like there was less presence of danger and less tension in the game, where it could have been more intense and it could have been, you know, a funner experience in that regard. There's also, to the point of Metal Gear, by comparison, you can just skip the codec calls. Yeah, it'll ring a few times, but if you don't answer it, it's not going to happen. There's a couple times where they need you to answer for the sake of exposition, but a lot of times you just let that thing ring until it stops. With Zip and Alistair, they're just going to keep on yapping, and you can't just, like, shut it off. I guess you can go into the game options and say, you know, turn sound, the dialogue volume all the way down, but that's like the only other way. I get that, and I'm just saying that the realism didn't matter to me. In a realistic situation, yes, you would be dead when people are talking to you and telling you all this stuff via codec. I understand that. I'm just saying it doesn't take me out of the game, whereas Zip and Alistair do. They take me out of the game much more so than a codec call. My suspension of disbelief can no longer be suspended. It's flat on its face on the ground by that point. There's also something else that needs to happen here, and I don't know what. I don't know if there is something I need to shoot. We've seen that they've given me this gun that has a red dot sight on it, so we can actually, like, snipe certain spots, but I don't know if there's something, like, I can break or what. There's that, but can I open that? Let me see. I was afraid I was just hitting it in the wrong spot, but I don't think that's it. I mean, with a lot of older games, there are little quirks like that. So it's one of those things, like these days, somebody would be making a TikTok meme out of it. Like, oh yeah, bro's yapping way too much. Or something like that, but you know. If any of these games were realistic, they'd be a hell of a lot less fun. I don't think realism is why we play video games for the most part. We play video games, watch movies, read books, read comics to escape realism. I think that's much more pertinent to the point. Maybe this. Oh yeah, look at that. It had some bullet holes in it, which didn't make sense. Speaking of, like, things not making sense, but it's like, if it's got bullet holes in it, maybe that means you're supposed to shoot it. Uh-oh. So we can kill people, but I remember there were points to where you didn't want to kill people. Like some people you'd either want to chloroform. Did he already see me? Why is he running? I think he already saw me. Oh, son of a bitch. I think he activated something. Ah! Like he sees me immediately. Okay, what if I just kill him? Is that good enough? He didn't drop anything. Oh, they did not change that soda machine like at all. It's got like the same exact shape and everything. It's a soda machine from the future is what that is. I always wish you would have actually spotted him in conversation just for chuckles, like later on how in Tomb Raider Reimagining Trilogy, the first one, you could find a letter from the butler about how mischievous you used to be for locking him in the freezer. Yeah, there's a little nod here and there, yeah. Those are funny. So I think you can only do that in the second one. But it's become such a infamous, or famous maybe, it's not necessarily infamous, but such a famous part of like the Tomb Raider experience is locking the butler in. Let's see. The very kind of dumb thing about this gun is that you can't use it when you're crouched.
Check it out, man. No regard for company security. Sleeping like a baby. Somebody could just glide in and slide that ID card out from under his nose. Somebody slinky, that is.
Again, I was talking about it earlier, but I do remember that you could chloroform people, but we don't have any of the items for that. So I wonder if I could just walk in there. You would think that you would just be able to like knock the guy out or something. Okay. I also like how the sound effects are literally just like the bridge sound effects from the original Star Trek series. Is that like a sound that everybody has access to? I guess it must be. It's royalty free. As a kid, and I know this isn't like a revolutionary take because I've heard a lot of people say the same thing, but Winston was very creepy. Like his weird groaning, and then his like, you know, the sound of the plates and glasses and stuff rattling. It was very creepy just to have him kind of basically sneaking up on you, and following you everywhere. And you know, he's a butler, and Laura's lord of the manor, so he has to provide refreshment whenever necessary. However, he was scary to like come around the corner. I do remember playing the game on my own and then with friends, and we were always just trying to escape him. And I don't remember if we found out that we could lock him in the freezer back then, back when the game was newer. I don't know if we ever experimented with that, but I do remember to a point that we were like, oh god, he's coming. We were always just trying to like get away from him, basically. He's a little zombie-like, yeah. What is this? Okay, I guess I don't have the key card for that. Yeah, he pretty much was just like Walking Dead, coming for you all the time. We would always just like run around to see if there was like a point that he wouldn't be able to access. And the later the games went on, the more like detailed the mansion got, so you could go through a lot more areas. But yeah, that was pretty much the game, was just like, because I'm sure we couldn't like play the main game that well either. I mean, we were maybe like 6 or 7 or something at the time, but it was like, you could run around the mansion pretty safely and try to escape the butler. I don't know if I should be worried about these guys, or I'm just gonna walk in here. They seem to be ignoring me. Okay. It's a nice little model. It's very cool. Man, I can't see shit with that model in the background. Here, that's better. I'll walk up to one of these guys and see if they actually do something.
Don't shoot.
Okay, you could threaten them. Oh shit.
Don't shoot.
Wait, what's shooting me? Hold on, hold on. Oh, okay, it's up there. I was trying to figure out what it was. I knew I was probably going to die, but I just wasn't sure what was going on. So, okay. There's like all this shit. This level is weird. I remember there was a lot of confusing aspects about it. But I don't remember I don't remember what the confusing aspects were. Yeah, it was hard to see, wasn't it? It was like way up top. I thought it was one of the soldiers from the hallway, but it wasn't that. But similar situation to like what we experienced in the previous level, where I like had to hit, or the 2 levels ago, where I had to hit the chef, the cook, on the submarine over the head with a crowbar. But like you had to know that you had to sneak up on him with the walk button and everything, and then it would be like an item use command. It's like there were aspects of that in this game where you had to do similar shit, and it's like you wouldn't really know to do that unless you're at your wit's end and like just experimenting, basically. And it was a lot harder with the original too, because with the original you didn't have like the hand icon showing you that you can interact with stuff. It was mostly just like, see what you can do. You have these tools at your disposal and have at it. There's a character, maybe you could do something with them if you don't have a weapon on hand, but maybe you can't. Most situations you wouldn't be able to. I don't think I'm supposed to kill these guys though. Maybe we'll go back to the elevator and see if there's something else we can get up into. Another level or something. I wonder if it just takes us to the same one each time. Let's see. Well, it takes us back to the sleeping guy. Okay, so we have a key card. We were able to access that room over there. Is there a room on the other side that we can access? Something else that required a key card, maybe? It is possible. Is there a key card door up here? It's just a regular ass door. Alright. I'd hate to backtrack the camera all the way back to that other room. There was that other room though. Oh, hey. Did I wonder if the effects actually shut off or what? Yes, you're right about that, Vale. There were a lot of games that were designed to be very vague to either sell Nintendo Power if it was on a Nintendo console or a game guide. Some instances a hint hotline, but I think those fell out of favor pretty damn quick because phone bills were a lot more obvious than just like buying a book or some shit. But there is a point to that a lot of these games had very, very obscure methods and ways to solve puzzles because that's literally how they were designed, because they wanted you to, like, get to a point where it's like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to get the game guide. Oh no, the thing's still on. Okay. I guess when you're in free camera mode, it's off. And so far we've been able to get through this without there being much issue. Again, there was the chef thing, but it was a little bit easier with the hand icon, and I knew that, well, I had a hint of an idea at first, because I'm like, I need to be able to get rid of him somehow, I just don't know how to do it. But, yeah, I do remember with this level in particular, there was like some weird shit that you never had to do in another Tomb Raider, like, ever before. And it was like, for whatever reason, this one was like, oh yeah, this is where we had all the weird shit. This is like, all the stuff that you normally wouldn't have to do, you gotta do it here. Or stuff that you've never seen before. Oh, okay, this thing reads cards. Oh, but not the card that we have, apparently. Let me try it just in case. Nope, okay. That's what I thought. Can't blow open the vent. I don't even know if I should try walking through here. Okay, that dude's asleep, can't do anything with that. Can't do anything with that. I guess the only other option is just to go up. We hit the button that shows us the 3D model, or the wireframe model, but that didn't really seem to do anything. The whole reason why I was talking about like obscure things and stuff that you maybe had to do was because I think I remember you needing to hold one of the scientists hostage. I'm pretty sure that was something that needed to be done at some point, but I don't know if it needs to be done like here. And the other thing is like when you pull out a gun, does the gun emplacement on top just automatically come out? Or do one of them press it?
Don't shoot.
Oh, that's shitty. I couldn't even turn all the way around. It's like Lara, it's almost like she's on a fixed gun emplacement or something.
Don't shoot.
Okay, I can't destroy it. Don't shit. Oh god, it operates like the automatic rifle from Tomb Raider 2, which you have to be completely stationary for. You can't run and gun, which is very unnatural feeling for a Tomb Raider game. You don't remember most of this game? You played every Tomb Raider except for one, really? Maybe you mentally blocked it. Tomb Raider Chronicles, Tomb Raider 5 is very good. Even like this section of the game in this level, I said this is the worst chapter maybe ever of all the Tomb Raider games, just because it does end up getting pretty broken. There are some obscure things in it. Literally all I needed to do was kill some people, but I was afraid about doing it because, you know, they tell you, oh yeah, you want to be careful and not make noise. So that was like my last course of action, was to actually like kill the security guards. However, everything up until this point is actually pretty good in this game. This is a decent game up until the very last level, and it's really only just some broken segments that are pretty bad, and like some glitches that can break this part. But otherwise, this would be a decent little set of levels if it was a little bit shorter, a little less obscure in some spots. It's not terrible, but it could potentially get really bad, is the problem. So what do we get? We got an access code disc. Okay, we might be able to use that on the door that we saw on the other end of the elevator, so I might just go back. Tier 1 is pretty good, Vale. Anniversary does not do it justice. Like, if you think you've played Anniversary and like, well, I don't need to play Tomb Raider 1. Anniversary is actually, while it does have some better parts in it because of like the updated controls and everything, it leaves so much out of the game. When I did the full playthrough of the entire Tomb Raider main game series, I was shocked. I remember liking Anniversary a bit, but I was shocked when I got back to it. I'm like, holy shit, they just cut out so much of the original game. I was disappointed. And in my memory, when I had originally played it, I'm like, wow, it's the same thing, but better. There we go.
Okay, Twinkle Toes, tread carefully, because I'm picking up some weird signals from in that area.
Alright, sorry, Zip. Hold on. I'm saving a new spot. Oh, he's still talking. Shit, I missed stuff. And that's the exploding ventilation shaft. I think what... Oh, son of a bitch. I was like, I think what happens is that the explosions happen like in a sequential pattern from like top to bottom, so we got to be careful when we go up top. But it didn't even matter. Yeah, I thought going into the menu would like stop the dialogue, but apparently not. What the hell was that? There's like a... it like happens in order, but then they like trick you because it like stops. It stops at a certain point, and then you have to know that like, oh, it's taking a break. Shit. That's not what I meant to do. What am I missing with this? Oh. The part I thought was like, oh, this is the safe haven. This is just literally the secret area. Alright. That's 2 out of 3. Okay. Thank God. I don't like that. I don't like the exploding ventilation shaft. I wonder if it's meant to be that way, or if that's actually literally part of the design aspect of the building, but it really sucks.
Uh-oh, you're gonna have to play some fancy moves.
Man, that sounded like Jar Jar Binks.
You
Whoa!
got any suggestions? Anything to distract him?
I got a suggestion right here. Go find a different way out, because you don't want to know what happens when you make the Hulk mad.
Indispensable information as always.
That face ain't
That's
got
trademarked.
armor
You
on
can't
it,
be
right?
saying the Hulk.
Well, that's how you're going to have to do it. You want hard-boiled lady. Now, you'll think of something.
What exactly am I hiring you for?
My extraordinary knowledge of security systems and my unsurpassed skill in cracking them. Not to mention my ineffably addictive personality, baby.
You're right. I won't mention it.
Will. I remember there was like something weird that he had to do here. Oh, hey, that's the rag. Now we just need to find the ether or whatever. Yeah, the real boss of the game is a ventilation shaft. Nowhere in any other game have I ever seen an exploding ventilation shaft. I don't even know what causes that. Like, at first my thought was, oh, it's the artifact they're researching. But I don't think that's it. I don't know what it is. It seems like a very, broken thing, though. I think what we need to do is we need to sneak up on him with the ether. I just need to find the ether. Because he's impenetrable except for the ether. It's the only thing that can harm him. But we just have a cloth. We don't have the actual, we don't actually have the chloroform. Is there another... Oh, there's a couple places down here. Hold on. I might be able to get down there and, like, walk. Like, walking is stealth mode in this game. So I might be able just to, like, walk in there. And then have him, like, not notice me. It's funny. You can walk all day long, and then enemies that aren't supposed to notice you won't notice you. But if you do what I would think is more logically crawling, because initially I attempted to crawl up to the chef that we had to knock out with the crowbar. That doesn't work. They pick you up like in a heartbeat. But just treading lightly, upright and everything, making a bigger visual, you know, indicator for yourself. It's like, no, I see that coming. See, I'm just walking along. The loud footsteps and everything. Oh, yeah. There we go. Sounds like he's moving, but I hesitate to turn around and find out for myself. What? The roach room. I guess they're experimenting on bugs. Ah, look at that. Oh, shit. Laura, there's like 5 health kits in there. Why didn't you grab one of those? Oh, it is chloroform. Okay, so now we have a chloroform-soaked cloth. And ew, icky bugs. I guess maybe they're super roaches or something like that because they're causing damage. But they shouldn't be. Oh, look, another bottle of chloroform. I'm sure we'll need it. Oh, finally, she took a health kit. Nice. Okay, none of you follow me out here. Swear to God. Their skittering around is louder than her footsteps. There we go. And he just fades out of existence. MGS teaches us that crawling equals win. Yeah, then this comes along. It's like Dead Space, and Silent Hill 2 committed suicide. Silent Hill because stopped its enemies dead. Dead Space, he's all double tapped. Atta girl. Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about what inspired Core when they were making these games before. And it's like they're very, very much like the movement style is very, very much derivative of Prince of Persia. But for them, like outside of that, you know, maybe a couple elements here and there to like maybe some point and click games or something along those lines. They were really much trendsetters because you think back to like other things that you would think. Like even Prince of Persia, like this Prince of Persia inspired this game, but then like Prince of Persia, when they made their first 3D game, it was basically a Tomb Raider clone. And then Indiana Jones, Scoop was talking about it earlier. He was like, "Oh, I bet you Indiana Jones inspired this a lot in like theme, sort of, because it's a artifact hunting, treasure hunter and shit." But outside of that, the game is unique in its own right. Oh shit! And it's actually when Indiana Jones came out, it was inspired by Tomb Raider. But at the same time, as much as they were like trendsetters and unique in their type of gameplay, really like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, it was a good game. There was one before that was actually it wasn't the one I was referring to. There was one that I think it came out on the Saturn. I forget what it was called. It might have just been called Prince of Persia 3D, but it was very, very much a like Tomb Raider clone. It wasn't very good, unfortunately, but it you could tell the huge inspiration from Tomb Raider. But anyway, my point is, despite the fact that they were pretty much trendsetters in what they did, I always felt like Core was a very cloistered kind of like development company. I never got the feeling like with any of their games that they were like taking other direct inspiration from anything else, and they were literally just trying to build their own thing. Because we would refer to like a Metal Gear or like a Silent Hill or something like that. You would think that in a lot of regards, they would have tried to incorporate gameplay elements from those games into what they were doing here, but they didn't. And they just kind of tried still to do their own thing. But at the same time, it was like sort of confusing. Like things that you would think would work didn't. I don't know. It was odd. I think maybe I just need to shoot this guy in the head. Oh yeah, okay, that was it. That's literally it. Why did we do that in the first place? Why did we have to go get the chloroform? Why didn't we just shoot the guy in the head? Alright. It's like they're already shooting at you. I guess you could shoot back. Oh shit. Zap! Oh shit. The security guard sees me and then I think he turns on the thing, but... Oh no, he doesn't. Oh, you can run and gun, but it's really, really awkward.
This door operates on that pass you got, except it needs two inserted at the same time.
Meaning what, exactly?
Oh, this is where we need to...
Against your better judgment, try not to go killing that guy, because we need him, yeah?
Yeah, we need to... this is where we need the scientist. You need to have the gun out and everything in order to activate this. Hold people up. I'm with the science team!
Sweet dreams.
I knew she was going to do something. I had my finger on the button. She was either going to shoot him or she was going to hit him. Something was going down. Alright, I think we're about to get into the room with the thing. Question is, which door do we go through? Because there's so many. Oh yeah, look at this industrial switch. For such a high-tech facility, this really looks old. Oh, wait. Oh shit. I think I remember this. It's off, but it's only off for a brief moment. That's why, like, the music plays. And then it's back on. Okay. So we'll make a save there. I only get the music once. That's lame. Gotcha. Okay, good. Alright, don't activate. Hey, look, it's the cover of Chronicles, but much better looking. Demon Core acquired, yep. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now we're on to level 2. The Iris Artifact.
No.
Why don't you use that now, Laura? Start hitting it with a screwdriver or whatever. See what kind of colors we can bring out. Is this where the X-ray thing? Oh yeah, it is.
Okay, you've been a bad girl. And before I tell you what your punishment is, I just want to say that there's no point in arguing, because I ain't gonna be listening. Take all your metal items. Yes, guns is metal, and put them in the tray. Now.
So you're telling me to disarm myself in a building crawling with armed guards?
Now, if I was listening, which I ain't, like I told you before, I would counteract this argument by alerting the person asking me this to the fact her guns ain't any use against 10-foot-tall walking tanks anyway. But I ain't listening.
Son, I literally just shot one in the head and he died in one shot.
But if you mess this up...
All right, I'm listening again. And trust me, I ain't gonna mess this up, okay?
Do I have a choice?
Nope.
Yes, guns is metal. So are them nipple clamps. What about her zipper on her catsuit? Does that count? What about her sunglasses? What about the latches on her bags? I would think all of this counts. So it looks like a glorified plasma ball I used to play with as a kid. It's not a very... I used to think it was like the coolest looking item. It's not a very creative item. Like for an artifact. It's like a bunch of bowls that just like spin around. What is that? So hold up. Can we get a good look at Laura? While she's being x-rayed. Oh, look. You can see her skeleton better in the original. Oh, nice. Yeah, we can actually zoom in on this. Oh, yeah. I love nothing but a babe and her skeleton. No organs or anything, then. I mean, you know, PlayStation game. Can't expect much, but... For those that ever wanted to see the original skeleton in the original game, there you go. That's what it looks like. Yeah, she's fully modeled. As far as the skeleton goes. Nice hip bones. I like how the 3D model like models out her ponytail and everything. That doesn't seem right. Okay, but what could we... Yes, guns is metal, but not the sunglasses or the HK ammo or the headset. Or anything that might have metal objects in them.
Bad tidings, but the stairs are out unless you bulletproof. You ain't bulletproof, are you?
What about the lifts?
Well, the lift is going down, and normally, when trying to escape somewhere, ain't it clever to head in the direction of the exit? Like the roof?
Right. That'd be clever, like making me ditch my guns.
Ouch. Yeah, maybe you better start looking for some weapons. Hey, don't sweat, girl. The man will save you.
Hasn't happened yet.
Oh, shit. I wonder if we could randomly guess it, or if, like, some shit's gonna happen if I punch in the wrong ones. Look at that skull, Jesus. It's like a Nephilim, some kind of giant. Can't be real. Just to break the camera to get the boob and butt shots. She looked her best starting with Tomb Raider 4, and there was always a trick you can do when you were operating a lever. Almost every time you operated a lever that opened up a door in another area, it would cut to a camera angle of the door that you opened. But if you press the roll button, as soon as the cutscene happened, the camera would be super, super close on Lara. It would be like right in her face. And a lot of times it would be just below it too. So you'd actually see like the cleavage and everything in full glory. So that was the best time to do it. But, you know, we couldn't always get the specific shots. I got the chloroform. Oh, there's the rag. I'm like, she shouldn't have ditched the rag. I don't know why she would have even gotten rid of it in the first place. Because it's not like that was metal. But, okay. She doesn't look bad in PS1 graphics. Lara looked her best again, starting with Tomb Raider 4, and I think they kept basically the same model. The cat suit actually isn't that great. She looks better in her regular attire, but I can't change it now because I haven't beat the game and I haven't unlocked the costume change feature. But she actually, Tomb Raider 4 is, I think, when she started looking good in the actual game model. A lot of people... This is like the thing that everybody says, like, oh, pyramid tits. That was a thing in the first Tomb Raider, but they didn't, they spent more polygons on her body by the time they got to Tomb Raider 2, so that was no longer a thing literally by the second game. But as being like a Lara Croft fan in the, for the, like the days when the game was originally out, nobody looked at the in-game model of Lara Croft and thought like, oh yeah, that's where it's at. That's where she's looking good. It was literally like all the cutscenes and the promotional art. Nobody ever thought like, oh, the gameplay model is primo. I mean, there was the promise of like the nude code and stuff, and everybody got excited about that. But, you know, when people thought about Lara Croft, they thought about Lara Croft from like the promotional material, not from like the actual video game. Also, you wanted to see the skull in the original. That's what it looks like. You know what? It looks like the skulls that were, it looks like a photo of the skull that was the hidden item in Tomb Raider 4. It's still pretty damn big, though. It's probably about the same size, but it's like proportioned better in the remaster. But again, starting with Tomb Raider 4, they did put a lot of detail into her model. You could see, like, there was a lot of cleavage. You could see, like, ass, cheeks. So by Tomb Raider 4, she looked a lot more pleasant in game, where I feel like Tomb Raider 3, she probably looked the worst. She looked like a ET or something. She looked really weird. Her eyes were like too bugged out or something. I don't know. I was dreaming how the cutscene skin would look doing gameplay things. Kind of, yeah. It was more like, you know, the game was the game portion. People weren't like, I mean, maybe there were some people, and again, she started looking better in TR4. But like when people used to say back in the day, like, oh yeah, Lara Croft is hot. It's like, it wasn't the game model, but it was more like everything else. Cause she was everywhere. She was like one of the first video game characters that had like cross promotion that was in a number of different things. Watch commercials, drink commercials. If you look abroad in particular, she wasn't in as much like American TV. You didn't see as many like TV advertisements, but like across the pond, South America even, there were like so many televised commercials that had like Lara Croft in them. And then there was, I remember like a ton of magazine ads and stuff. Like I remember like looking through video game magazines in particular, and there's so much like cross promotion that had like Lara Croft promoting, you know, like drinks and snacks and like all that stuff. And it's like they weren't using, whenever she was presented in one of the advertisements where she was like supposed to look sexy or whatever, it was never the like in-game model. It was it was never the TR1, no ponytail, you know, 3 polygons for each breast, Lara Croft. It was the you know, the one that was the high grade model that was for like the CGs and everything. Okay, restroom access card. That says 8526. I wonder if that's the code that we need to press in here. So we'll see. Let's take a look. I've never had to press star to like confirm something. It's really weird. Guess we better go to the women's restroom. Also, that sucks that the restrooms have like access codes. Yeah, kick it down, Laura. Top button flushers, huh? This place really is fancy. Oh, good. Somebody was treating their wounds in that stall. They happen to leave a full health kit in there. Do the mirrors work? Oh. There ain't even any mirrors in the original. And they don't work at all in the remaster. Yep, this is the typical men's restroom, I can attest. Compared to the women's restroom. Actually, back when I used to work retail and I'd have to sometimes clean out the restrooms, holy shit, the women's restroom was always awful. I will say that the light was always flickering in the men's restroom, and it did have like a creepy vibe to it, but like the women's restroom was so nasty, while the men's restroom was usually relatively clean. Guys clean up their shit for the most part. Sometimes literally. But the women, they toss stuff everywhere, wherever they feel like it. If you lost the code, you needed to pee, or you're like new on the job and you don't remember the code, or someone didn't tell you yet. It's like, oh shit, there's only one restroom per floor. What are we gonna do? Is there a light? Also, was there anything up here? No, that was literally just a ledge you had to grab so you don't die. Huh. Okay. I think we just need to backdrop off of this. What? I didn't know that was going to happen. God damn it. Alright. Fair enough. Okay. I think maybe we kind of had it wrong, maybe. We didn't need to drop to the bottom, but I think you need to like backflip onto one of the panels. It's hard to tell from that angle that oh, see, that ain't it. It's hard to tell from that angle that it's a slope. It doesn't look like one. No, that was too far too. Okay, great. Something else. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make I don't want to like have a save like at a point of no return like that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a hard save here, and then we'll do a quick save when we're like trying to drop onto that shit. Oh shit, I ruined it. I wanted her to roll. Come on, back off. I also do wonder, it looks like there's a point where we could drop in here, so I wonder if I hold down, because this is an old trick that used to do in like even the original Tomb Raider. But I wonder if I drop and then okay, no. That didn't work. I was gonna see if you drop and then if you hold the grab button, sometimes you will go in just like an inch, and it's good enough to the point that it'll help you clear like a gap. But I don't even, this camera angle's awful for this. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, you know what? I wonder if we can hold on. I think I maybe see what we need to do. We might be able to jump onto the chain back there. Maybe not. Also, I didn't backflip. Okay, give me a sec. We'll figure this out. I don't know what I need to do here. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, you know what? Let me just do this. There you go. Not like that. Alright, check this out. Oh, I figured it out. Thank God. Okay, now I can go down here. And see what's cooking. Oh, there's a secret down there. A roll maybe? That's a weird one. Let's see. Thank you. GG's all around. Oh, that didn't work. I guess maybe just the jump and, no, that didn't work either. Hold on, I'll take a step back. Jump and grab, and then, oh, shit. It's like it's too close to the grate where she grabs onto it, but I think, there you go, okay. Jump and grab where she doesn't clear it, and then you can get back in there. There you go, okay. So, now that we've done that, where do we need to go? This chain does go up higher. Goes all the way up there. I might have to get up. Remember, the original goal was to get up. There's a platform down there, but I get the feeling like this is one of the situations where you have to get up to get down. We got a long road to hoe. I don't remember in the original games if you had analog camera control. I feel like it was a thing at some point. It might have been a thing by the third Tomb Raider, but I don't think I used it too often. I probably should have. Okay, this looks safe. Oh, I see. Hold on. Boy, can she even grab that? Oh, nope. No, she cannot. Man, this thing only needs to be like an inch higher. She almost got it. I can't get like up there either. It's weird. I wonder if she can... Oh, okay. You need to do a long jump. Wasn't even expecting that. Let's see. Okay, good. 'Cause sometimes those corner grabs on shit like that does not work 100% of the time. Oh. Okay. I think we got it. Hello? Oh, okay. Wait. Ah. He should be able to see me in his peripheral vision, but it's just not happening. Laura, he has a perfectly good firearm there. I don't see the reason why he shouldn't be able to take that, but okay. Oh, now he disappeared with it. Get the unreachable metapack. Got an achievement for that. Alright. We're still on the 13th floor? What the hell? We didn't go anywhere. This is where we started. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. I totally could see that. What even indicator is there for that? I missed it again because there is none. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. How are you supposed to know that's there? Okay.
Close the doors. Close the doors quickly. Close the doors quickly.
Trying. Well, that's not what you're supposed to do. That's what you liked in Uncharted. You gun down a guy and you just like take his gun. Yeah. I like on-site procurement when it makes sense. It didn't happen in a lot of older games, and I'm sure that would have been a coding nightmare just to take any weapon from any enemy. Unless the game was like super simplified, but like the newer Advent. And this is probably a thing that I started seeing more when it came to like RPGs, like I don't know, like Elder Scrolls and stuff like that, where I'd see like oh, you can kill somebody, and then anything that they have on hand, regardless of what it is just yours for the taking.
Laura!
Looks like she's dead.
You ain't dead, is you? Come on, girl, answer me.
I'm gonna be sore in the morning.
I knew you was too tough for a little fall like that.
I'm on the ground floor, aren't I?
Bing, ground floor. Depart here for gun-toting refrigerator men and long walk back upstairs. Yeah, sorry, girl, you got it. But hell, you in one piece, ain't you?
Never felt better.
Okay, here's the thing about most buildings. There's always plenty of exits on the ground floor. So is there a reason why we don't like want to go anywhere down here, or are we just being stubborn at this point? Like, oh, no. We left the hang glider up there. We can't leave any evidence behind. Even though we'd left that other one down in the other building. Let's save over that one. Realistically, she would never survive that drop. Yeah, but then she didn't. Yeah, of course. I was confused because I was looking at the panel up there and I'm like, do we have to open up the like roof grate, like the top access to the elevator and then like jump out or something and get onto the cables? In most games, I feel like that would have been a thing, or even like a Hollywood like movie situation. But no, you literally just had to like press the emergency brake on the elevator or something on the control panel. I'm not sure what that button was, but it did sort of save her in the end. Even though the elevator got pretty banged up, and apparently she did too. So, not the greatest way to go out. We are getting a little kind of close to the end of this, but there's still a good decent chunk of this game left, and I definitely would prefer to save some of it for another stream. But yeah, we're almost done with Chronicles. So I think we'll probably save the rest of this for the next stream. And I don't know, do we still have Angel of Darkness to go? Tomb Raider 5 did not have an expansion, unlike 4. So as soon as we're done with this game, that's it. There's nothing left. However, the Angel of Darkness, there still hasn't been a patch for this game yet, so I'm a little bit worried. Benny stopped playing this game because he said that there was a point where the game just didn't work, and I'm like, oh, I'm a little bit fearful that's going to happen here. And apparently Asper is working on it. They're working on a patch, but it hasn't turned out yet, and it's been over a month since this game first released. So it came out on February 14th on Valentine's Day, and we're over a month from that. So I don't know. It seemed like it took them a while to get the first big patch for the previous collection as well. But you would think, like a game-breaking bug, they would at least try to prioritize. Who knows? It'll be interesting, I guess, to see what happens. I'm sure they're working on it, but yeah, it's a little slightly disheartening that we might be coming up to that point in the game and not being able to do it right. Also, it's a Square Enix complex where you must go to the basement to find the stairs to lead out to the shaft that leads to the roof to hang glide out. Yeah, pretty much. It's like you have to complete the game in the sequence of events, though. Even though there should be, like, a better way, but no. You can't. It's not possible. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for the stream tonight. We did get a good chunk of a stream in here, so make up for the sort of shorter one we did on Monday. I might be back later on in the week. We might end up doing some more Tomb Raider, or I don't know. There's also other games I have been kicking around the idea of streaming. I just haven't gotten around to doing them yet. But we'll see. It's been a very busy week. I've got so much work to get to, so hopefully I'll be able to knock out most of it within the next couple days. Maybe we'll see like a weekend stream or something like that. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you very much, Faye. Always a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for coming in. I assume you came in on Scoob's raid. We had so much going on today. Thank you again for the subs earlier. I do appreciate that. We got a hype train going, so that was nice. Go Space Mermaid. Thank you for the raid and the follow. I'm actually going to follow you back, and maybe I'll catch one of your Tomb Raider streams. I'm sure you're gone by this point because that was a while ago, but thank you for that. Thank you, Shaxon, again for the raid. Thank you, Rambling Voice. Thank you, Drunk Scoob. Appreciate all of you. And anybody that's not familiar with any of those streamers, go check them out because they're very, very cool people. I've seen all of them stream, and they all do great streams. Now, let's see. Who are we going to raid? Oh, son of a bitch. Benny, who we've been talking about. He's doing Path of Neo, which I streamed last year around probably the same time. That game is fun and kind of bad at the same time, but it's not terrible. But I did enjoy it. So I think we're gonna raid 420 Benny, very good streamer, lots of retro games kind of from around this time period, and he's doing again Matrix Path of Neo, a very fun game. He's only on his second stream of it, so he should be pretty early in unless he put like a lot of hours into it before, but we'll go check him out. And yeah, thank you guys. Y'all have a good night. We'll catch you next time. Later. Bye bye everybody.